Some places in the world are best left untouched. There are vast stretches of wilderness where things lurk that defy explanation. Things that haunt the darkest corners of our nightmares. Our explorers ventured into these forbidden zones, and what they brought back are not just tales, but terrifying warnings. You might want to watch this with the lights on. My name is Martin Hale, and I have spent the better part of my 34 years chasing after things most people would rather forget. I am not a professional ghost hunter, not a folklorist, nor even a priest with a mission to drive back darkness. I am, simply put, someone who has never been able to ignore a story once I've heard it whispered. Maybe it comes from growing up in Tennessee, where every back road and hollow carries its own tale, where neighbors lean across fences and pass on warnings disguised as folklore. My grandmother filled my head with them. Don't whistle at night, don't look too long into still water, and never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company. I used to roll my eyes, but her words never left me. That is how I ended up alone, in the ruins of a churchyard one evening, face to face with something that made every one of her warnings feel like scripture. The church was an empty husk, a long abandoned chapel that had been swallowed by time and neglect. The roof had caved in decades ago, leaving only jagged beams that looked like the ribcage of a long, dead animal. Moss clung to the cracked stone walls, and ivy crept up through every fissure, as if nature itself were reclaiming what human hands had tried to sanctify. I had driven past it many times before, seeing only the leaning steeple poking through the trees off the 2-lane road, but I never stopped. Not until that night. The sun was dipping low, brushing the tree line with a burnt orange glow, and the cicadas were shrilling in the oppressive heat. I parked at the edge of the gravel road and walked the overgrown path into the graveyard. The gate was nothing more than 2 rusted iron posts. The arch that once spelled out St. Matthew's had collapsed. Letters scattered like fallen teeth among the weeds. I carried only a flashlight and a small camera, thinking I might capture something eerie to show my friends. That was my excuse anyway. The truth was simpler, I felt pulled. It's hard to describe that feeling. Some people call it morbid curiosity, but this was sharper, like an itch behind the eyes. I needed to see what lingered in that churchyard. I needed to know. The graves were crooked, leaning this way and that, as if the ground beneath them had grown restless. Most stones had eroded so badly that names were unreadable. A few still bore faint etchings, birth dates from the 1800s, epitaphs that crumbled away when touched. The air was heavy, still, and the silence between cicada calls was so deep I could hear my own breathing. And then I saw it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks in the low light. Perched on a toppled headstone, half hidden in shadow, was a dog. Its fur was black, so black that it seemed to swallow the fading light rather than reflect it. It was larger than any hound I had seen, closer to the size of a wolf, but with the blocky build of something domestic. Its ears were pricked, its body still, and its eyes fixed on me. They were not the reflective yellow of an animal caught in dusk, nor the warm brown of a farm dog. They were a dull, deep red, as if embers had been pressed into its skull. The strange thing, stranger even than the eyes, was the silence. No panting. No shifting paws on stone, no sound at all. Just that presence, as if it had been waiting. I froze, not out of immediate fear, but something deeper, something instinctive. It wasn't that I felt threatened, it was that I felt judged. That dog, if dog it was not simply watching me. It was measuring me, as if weighing whether I belonged among the graves. I blinked, and it was gone from the stone. Not gone entirely. Gone to another headstone 10 feet away, sitting in the same posture, staring with the same ember eyes. My breath hitched. I had not seen it move. No leap, no bound, no blur of fur between stones. It was simply not there, and then it was. I forced myself to whisper, "Easy now," though I wasn't sure if I was speaking to the animal or to myself. The dog did not move closer. Not then. It simply shifted again when I blinked. Each time my eyes closed, even for a fraction of a second, it reappeared on another grave. First to my left, then behind me, then ahead. Always watching, always silent. My grandmother's voice came back, low and trembling in memory. "Don't whistle at night. Don't look too long into still water, and never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company." I told myself it wasn't midnight yet. The sky was still painted with dying orange light. I told myself the animal was a trick of exhaustion, of shadows of fear playing shapes in my mind. But I could not explain the way the hair rose along my arms. I took a slow step backward toward the church ruins. The creature remained perched, still as stone. I raised my flashlight, though the daylight had not fully left, and the beam struck its eyes. The red deepened, glowed almost. Not reflection. Emission. Like the coals of a fire stirred awake. I do not scare easily. I have wandered old mines, walked through shuttered asylums, and camped in forests where coyotes scream like women at night. But that churchyard dog reached into something primal, something my rational mind couldn't reason away. I tried calling out, "Go on, get." My voice sounded small, foolish even, cracking under the weight of the silence. The dog didn't flinch. It didn't blink. It only shifted again when I blinked, appearing closer this time, on a grave not 10 feet from where I stood. The embers of its eyes bored into me, and I felt a sudden, absurd certainty. If I looked away too long, it would not be on a headstone when I turned back. It would be beside me. So I backed into the ruins of the church, heart hammering. The floor was scattered with splintered pews and broken hymnals, their pages fused together by rain and rot. A wooden cross, blackened by time, lay half, buried in debris. I ducked into what had once been the apse, the crumbled stone arch giving me a thin sense of shelter. From there, I watched. The dog remained perched on the grave, red eyes unwavering. For the first time, it moved, not by vanishing and reappearing, but by lowering its head. Slowly, it opened its mouth. I expected panting, a growl, a bark. What came instead was silence, utter silence, deeper than before, as though every cicada had been choked mid-cry, every cricket strangled, every bird muted. That silence spread like water, filling the world until the only sound was my pulse in my ears. I wanted to run, to tear down the path back to my car, but something rooted me to the crumbling stones. It was not fear alone. It was the feeling of being bound, as though the dog's gaze had pinned me in place. And then the silence broke, not with sound, but with a change in the air. The dog closed its mouth and blinked. The red light in its eyes dimmed, but only for an instant. And when they flared back, brighter than before, I realized it was not simply watching anymore. It was beckoning. I cannot explain how I knew. It did not move its head, did not shift its stance. Yet every fiber in me understood. It wanted me to follow. And against all sense, against every warning of my upbringing, I stepped forward. That was the beginning. I stepped out from the half-shelter of the ruined chapel, each movement feeling as though I were trespassing against some law written into the ground itself. The black dog remained poised on its perch, eyes burning into me, the faint twilight slipping deeper into the folds of night. I could feel the weight of the air changing, heavier, thicker, as if with each breath I was drawing in damp, soil instead of oxygen. The grave it sat upon leaned to one side, cracked clean through the middle, but the beast balanced on it like a sentinel, unmoved by the decay beneath it. My flashlight beam caught at its fur, but instead of shining it, seemed to vanish inside it, as though the animal's body was not reflecting light at all. The fur absorbed it like a hole in the air. I should have turned back. That thought beat against the inside of my skull as loud as my own pulse. But there was another pull, one that pressed just as hard. Some mixture of curiosity and compulsion. Some whisper that said if I walked away now, I'd never understand what I had seen. And not understanding would haunt me far worse than whatever came next. I took another step toward the dog. My boots sank into the overgrown grass and soft earth. The stones shifted underfoot, crunching dry leaves and brittle sticks. I blinked, and it was gone. Not far this time. Just 3 feet to the left on another grave. Closer, watching still. I did not hear its movement, nor sense a rush of wind or a shift of shadow. It simply replaced itself, as though the world had blinked with me. The churchyard around me was shrinking. That was how it felt, as if each time the dog moved, the boundaries of the world closed tighter. The trees that had once ringed the graveyard seemed further, their shapes swallowed in dark. I could no longer hear the cicadas. Even the crickets had abandoned their rhythm. The night was growing too still, unnatural in its silence. "All right?" I muttered to myself. "If this is what you want." My voice cracked. It sounded too loud against the nothingness, like it had no place being spoken here. I reached into my pocket for the small camera I'd brought. I powered it on. The faint mechanical were a strange comfort. Through the viewfinder I aimed at the dog. Its shape was visible, but the red glow of its eyes did not register. On the screen it was only a silhouette, darker than shadow. I snapped a photo. The artificial click of the shutter cutting through the air, like a breaking bone. When I lowered the camera, it was closer again, perched on a headstone not 5 feet from me. Head slightly lowered, ember eyes locked on mine. I stumbled back instinctively, hitting the edge of a stone marker hard enough to bruise. My flashlight beam flickered, and for a fraction of a second the graveyard shifted. The headstones seemed taller, jagged like broken teeth. The church ruins behind me no longer looked hollow but charred, blackened as though they had only just burned. The air stank of ash. Then the beam steadied, and everything looked as it had been, though my heart was pounding in my throat. The dog did not move. It waited. I don't know how long I stood frozen like that, gripping the flashlight so tight my knuckles screamed. Seconds, minutes, hours. I couldn't tell. My sense of time was slipping, like sand pouring through my fingers. Finally, with a shaking breath, I took another step forward. The dog blinked, and the world blinked with it. Suddenly, I was no longer in the place I had been. The graves were the same, but rearranged, as though some unseen hand had shifted the entire yard while my eyes were closed. The ruined chapel was no longer behind me. It was off to the right, crumbled into deeper ruin than before. The The path back to the road had vanished behind thickets of trees that hadn't been there. I spun in a slow circle. The horizon had gone wrong. The stars above were sharp, too sharp, burning white as if they had been carved into the sky with a blade. They felt closer, hanging low enough to touch if I raised my hand. The dog sat calm in the center of it all. No grave beneath it now, no stone, just earth, watching. Its head tilted slightly to the side like it was curious about me. For the first time it made a sound. Not a growl, not a bark. A low rumble, deep in its chest. It was a vibration more than noise, and I felt it crawl across my skin into my bones. The vibration carried something, an echo, a memory not my own. Flashes in my head, a procession of mourners in black, a priest raising his hand over a coffin, the toll of a bell. The church, intact and whole, candles glowing behind stained glass. A dog sitting silent on the steps, watching every soul as they entered. The vision vanished as quickly as it came, leaving me staggering like I'd been struck. I pressed my hand against a grave to steady myself, the stone rough and wet beneath my palm. My breath came too fast, shallow and panicked. "You're not real," I said, but the words were weak. I didn't believe them. Not anymore. The dog lowered its head further. The red glow of its eyes dimmed to a dull ember. The air grew colder. Not the simple chill of night air, but a deep cold that seemed to seep out of the ground itself, rising through the soles of my boots, crawling up my legs. My breath fogged in front of me. The world smelled of damp soil and old iron, the scent of graves freshly opened. My grandmother's voice rang again in memory, louder now, as if she stood at my shoulder. "Never walk through a graveyard after midnight, unless you want company." I realized then. I had lost track of the hour. I pulled my phone from my pocket, the screen lighting up my face in stark blue. 12:03 a.m. Midnight had passed while I stood frozen in that graveyard, and I had not left. I looked up. The dog was no longer sitting. It stood now, tall and massive, shoulders as high as my chest. Its fur bristled in the faint light, and the red of its eyes flared brighter, hotter. I staggered back, nearly falling over a stone marker. It took a single step forward, and though I heard nothing, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. The vibration spread outward, a shiver through the entire graveyard. Stones rattled. Roots groaned under the soil. The ruins of the chapel creaked, shifting like bones grinding together. I raised the flashlight again, its beam shaking with my hand. The dog did not shy away. Instead, its form seemed to waver, as though the light exposed something hidden. For a heartbeat, I saw not fur but smoke, not flesh but shadow. Its outline blurred, jagged, reshaping itself in flickers like a flame caught in wind. I blinked. It was gone. I spun in every direction, beam darting between graves, heart pounding so loud it filled the silence. Nothing. No red eyes. No shadow. Just the warped stones and the two bright stars overhead. I nearly collapsed with relief. My knees buckled, and I had to steady myself against a leaning cross. My mind scrambled to explain, to rationalize. Hallucination, exhaustion, some trick of light and stress. Then I heard it. Not a growl, not a bark, a whisper, right behind me. Martin, my name, spoken low, drawn out like a sigh through teeth. I spun, flashlight beam slicing across the graves. Empty. The ruins loomed silent. No dog, no figure, no mouth to shape the word. Yet I had heard it. Not in my head, not imagination. It had been spoken into the air. The temperature dropped further, so cold my skin prickled. Frost began to spread across the stones, creeping in pale veins. My breath plumed white. My phone buzzed in my hand, though no call or message lit the screen. Just a vibration that would not stop, constant and insistent, like a warning. I backed toward the chapel ruins, my body trembling. I didn't know if they offered any safety, but the open yard felt too exposed. My boots scraped against the frozen earth, crunching frost that hadn't been there moments before. As I reached the threshold of the ruined chapel, I heard movement again, not behind me this time. From below, the earth shifted, graves groaned, and then, one by one, the stones began to tilt. Not with time or age, but as though something beneath them was pushing upward. The dog had vanished, but I knew with the certainty of instinct, that it had not left. It had only changed its place, its form, and whatever else stirred beneath the ground, it was connected to it. I gripped the flashlight, white-knuckled, as the ground in front of me cracked. Soil split open in a line across the graves, dirt falling into blackness below. The fissure stretched wider, and from its depths came a sound I will never forget. A howl. Not the cry of any dog or wolf, but something deeper, older. A sound that seemed to come not from throat or lungs, but from the earth itself. It rose through the night, filling the graveyard, echoing against my skull until I thought my head would split. And when it faded, the silence was worse than the noise, because I realized I was no longer alone. The crack in the earth widened, splitting the ground like a wound across the graveyard. Soil poured inward, and with it came the smell of rot so heavy it clawed down my throat. I staggered back, the beam of my flashlight jittering across the black gap. Nothing should have been visible below. It should have been only dirt, roots, stone. But the light showed something else. Eyes. Dozens of them. Pairs glowing faint red. Staring from the dark chasm as if the ground itself had sprouted sockets. Each blinked out of sync, unblinking yet alive. And the air swelled with the weight of their attention. The howl still reverberated in my bones, though the night itself was silent. My breath caught short, ragged, and I realized my chest hurt from holding it too long. The silence had weight, a silence like a held breath, as though the world itself waited for me to make the next move. And then the dog returned. It did not climb from the fissure. It simply was, standing on the opposite edge of the crack, facing me. Taller than before, its shoulders seemed to stretch, the black fur flowing like smoke, like its body wasn't contained by skin. The eyes were embers again, but now brighter, flaring in rhythm with the glow below. I could not tell if it was master of what lay beneath, or servant to it. I whispered, "Horse, what do you want?" The dog lowered its head, and the ground shuddered again. The eyes in the chasm blinked, once in perfect unison. That simple act hollowed my stomach with dread. It wasn't the randomness of animals. It was the precision of will. The dog took a step forward. Its paws should have slipped into the fissure, but instead it moved across the gap without touching ground, weightless, as though the air itself carried it. With each step, it drew closer, closing the space between us without ever seeming to walk at all. I stumbled back into the ruins of the chapel. My flashlight quivered in my grip, its circle of light shrinking against the impossible black of its fur. For a moment, the beam revealed not a dog, but a man-shaped shadow cloaked in smoke. Then the fur again. Then nothing but light burning back at me. When it reached the chapel's threshold, it stopped. Not because it couldn't enter, but because it was choosing to wait. Its ember eyes dimmed, and for the first time, I felt the weight of expectation shift. It was waiting for me. My grandmother's warnings crowded in again, colliding with the memory of funerals I had attended, whispers about graveyard dogs that wandered Appalachia, the church grim. I had heard the term once in a dusty folklore book. A spirit in the shape of a black hound, bound to protect graveyards, to guard the dead. But protect from what? And why had it chosen me? I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed it. But I looked back toward the road, and it was gone. Nothing but endless trees and 2 bright stars. The way out had been erased. The only way forward was deeper in. The dog lowered itself to its haunches, never breaking eye contact. A faint vibration rippled through the ground again, though softer this time. Not a threat. A call. I swallowed hard Theraptria's paper and stepped closer. The air grew colder still, condensing my breath in ghostly plumes. My phone buzzed once more in my pocket, but when I pulled it free, the screen was black. No battery icon, no numbers, no reflection of myself. Just dead glass. Another step. The chapel's broken arch loomed above us, jagged edges like teeth. And in its shadow the dog seemed larger than ever. But the closer I came, the less monstrous it felt. Its gaze was steady, unflinching, but not cruel, not hungry. It was not stalking me, it was guiding me. I stood before it, flashlight dimming as the batteries died. Its ember eyes provided more light than the bulb now, casting faint red glow across the ruined stones. Then, without sound, it turned. It padded, if the movement could be called that, toward the back of the chapel, where a broken slab of stone lay half, buried in weeds. It stopped there, looking back once, waiting until I followed. When I hesitated, it blinked, and suddenly it was closer, directly at the slab, nose pressed to the stone, as though urging me toward it. I approached with shaking steps, every bone in my body cold. The slab was not simply fallen ruin. It was a grave marker, larger than the others, cracked in 2 but still faintly legible. I crouched, brushing dirt and moss with trembling fingers. The name was nearly gone, but I made out fragments. Math Hale. My heart slammed against my ribs. Hale, my family's name. I stared at it, breath choking in my throat. My blood iced as I realized I was kneeling before the grave of someone I was connected to, someone lost to time but still bound to me. The dog lowered its head, pressing a paw against the slab. The ground trembled again, but softer this time, almost like a sigh. And then, the fissure behind us began to close. The eyes blinked one by one, fading back into soil. The crack sealed in silence, as if it had never split. Frost melted from the stones. The air warmed by degrees, but the silence remained, heavy and complete. The dog stepped back from the slab, eyes dimming until they were faint coals. Its body blurred at the edges, smoke unraveling into the night. It stood taller once more, a shape of both beast and shadow, then smaller, shrinking until it seemed no larger than an ordinary hound. Finally, it blinked, and was gone. No sound, no trace, only the cracked grave marker with my name carved faintly into it. I collapsed onto the ground, shaking with exhaustion, the flashlight dead in my hand. For a long time, I did not move, only breathed in ragged gulps. The stars above softened, returning to their ordinary distance. The path back to the road reappeared through the trees. The world was right again, or at least, it pretended to be. I don't remember walking back to the car, only that I found myself behind the wheel, hands still trembling, headlights cutting through Tennessee backroads. When I finally made it home, dawn was already bleeding into the horizon. For days, I did not speak of it. Not to friends, not to family. The photos on my camera were all blank. Each one a flat gray square, as though nothing had been captured at all. My phone, though alive again, showed no record of the buzzing, no calls or alerts. The only evidence was the dirt still caked on my boots, and the ache in my chest when I remembered the grave marker. I began researching. Old records of St. Matthew's Church, forgotten archives at the library, and I found it in brittle microfilm. A brief note in an 1872 paper about the collapse of a church steeple during a storm, killing a caretaker named Matthew Hale, a distant relative, long buried in the churchyard ruins. Folklore claimed that when a church was built, the first soul buried in its graveyard became a guardian, a grim, bound to watch over the rest. Sometimes it was a human sacrifice. Sometimes a black dog was buried alive beneath the foundation. No one agreed which. But all the tales ended the same way. The guardian endured, centuries if need be, until forgotten. And now, I could not shake the certainty that the Grim had seen me, had known me, because of blood, because of name. Since that night, I have not stepped foot in another graveyard. I have avoided even glancing at them when driving past. But I feel it still, sometimes, in the silence. Walking home in the late hours, when traffic is gone and the air is still, I swear I hear the faint scrape of paws behind me. When I blink, I see red coals dimming at the corner of my vision. And in my dreams I return to that cracked slab, kneeling before the grave of Matthew Hale, while the black dog watches in silence, always waiting, always measuring. I do not know if it protects me or claims me, perhaps both. But I know one thing with absolute certainty. My grandmother's warnings were never superstition, they were memory. Knowledge passed down. And I was too foolish to listen until it was too late. Because I did walk through a graveyard after midnight. And now I will never walk alone again. My name is Zoe Whittaker, and I have lived most of my life seeking out the kind of silence that only cliffs, canyons, and desert air can provide. I was born in Colorado, but it was the jagged red walls of Utah that first made me feel like I belonged somewhere permanent. From the time I was 16, I had been climbing, first the indoor gyms, then boulders, then sport routes, and eventually the longer multi-pitch climbs where you spend the whole day ascending a face until your arms and legs feel like steel cables pulled too tight. I always loved the risk of it, not because I wanted to flirt with death, but because clinging to stone with nothing but the strength of your own body forces you into a kind of honesty. Fear is stripped bare. Every handhold, every foothold is a contract with the mountain. By the spring of 2019, I had grown confident enough to start pushing into routes that people whispered about in the climbing community. The lesser-known desert walls, the unnamed cracks you find off the beaten paths of Moab or Zion. These weren't the climbs that brought Instagram fame or record-setting sponsors, but they were the ones that tested you. No crowds, no trails with friendly rangers, just silence, sun, and stone. That was the way I liked it. I was 27 then, teaching wilderness first aid courses to pay the bills and living out of my beat, up Subaru Outback. The desert was my office and my church. I had developed a habit of cataloging climbs in a leather journal, noting the feel of the rock, the grade, the weather, and any odd occurrences. My journal is full of lines like, sandstone crumbly, anchors sketchy, it vultures circling overhead, It reads like a litany of places where I almost fell or almost baked alive. And yet the entry from May 14th, 2019, is the one that still makes my hand shake when I open that journal today. That morning had been calm. A thin veil of clouds keeping the worst of the heat at bay. I parked in a narrow dirt pullout near a wall I'd spotted a week earlier, while scouting routes. The cliff wasn't famous. Just a fractured red face, maybe 200 feet high, its surface broken with seams and fissures that looked climbable. No name on mountain project, no bolts, no chalk marks to show other climbers had been there. Perfect. I felt like I'd discovered something hidden. I geared up in silence. Harness hung it, chalk bag, cams and nuts jangling from my harness like ornaments. I remember running my fingers along the first crack. How cool the sandstone felt beneath the early shade. The desert was still asleep. No wind. No birds. Just me and the wall. I started up slowly, testing each hold before committing. The crack was wide enough for solid jams, my hands sliding in and twisting until the stone held me firm. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. I moved methodically, breathing steady. The rock was solid, but I kept noticing how the fissure narrowed and widened in strange rhythms, almost like the inhale and exhale of some great creature. I told myself that was just my imagination, my mind layering personality onto stone. Climbers anthropomorphize rock all the time. This hold bites. That crack is hungry. But the words stuck in my head with a persistence that made me uneasy. About 40 feet up, I found myself in a section where the crack pinched down to a slim seam. I reached higher, fingers searching for purchase. That's when it happened. I slid my right hand into the seam and felt the rock close around me. At first, I thought it was just an especially tight jam. One of those spots where your knuckles scrape and you have to wiggle free. But this wasn't that. The pressure was sudden and deliberate. The stone clenched, not in the way of shifting sand or crumbling grit, but like muscles contracting. It wrapped my hand, squeezing until my bones ground together. I gasped and tried to pull back, but my arm wouldn't budge. I stared at the crack, disbelief rooting me in place. The rock had changed shape, lips forming where flat edges had been. The sandstone curved inward, fleshy and smooth. And in that instant it looked less like stone and more like a mouth. I felt warm air brush across my skin. The faintest vibration traveled through the wall into my wrist, like a throat clearing. Then, clear as anything I've ever heard, the crack whispered, "Zoe, my own name. Not imagined wind. My name." I screamed and yanked with all my strength, twisting until my wrist felt like it might snap. The rock released me in a sudden pop, and I nearly lost my balance. My body swinging against the wall with the force of my retreat. I clung there, panting, heart pounding in my ears. When I dared to look again, the crack had returned to normal. Just stone. Unyielding, silent stone. Blood trickled down my fingers from torn skin, where the rock had abraded me. But it was the whisper that shook me more than the pain. I pressed my helmeted head against the wall, half convinced I was hallucinating from dehydration or altitude. But the desert air was cool, and I'd only just started climbing. No reason for my brain to misfire. I considered rappelling down right then, retreating to my car, and pretending I'd never set foot on that wall. Yet something kept me frozen in place. Fear, yes, but also a gnawing need to know, to see if it would happen again. I forced myself upward another 10 feet, every muscle trembling. The crack widened again, enough for a fist jam. I hesitated, then slid my hand inside. This time the rock stayed inert, rough against my skin. No lips, no breath, no voice. Relief washed through me so powerfully I laughed out loud, though the sound was brittle, like glass about to shatter. But as I laughed, a whisper rose again. Not from the crack beneath my hand, but from deep inside the stone around me. It wasn't a word this time. It was a chuckle. My own chuckle. Echoed back at me, perfectly timed, perfectly mine. My stomach turned cold. I scrambled upward in a frenzy, placing gear hastily. My usual careful rhythm gone. The wall felt alive beneath me, its fissures like veins, its curves like ribs. By the time I reached the ledge at 60 feet, I was drenched in sweat, my breath ragged. I sat there, trying to calm myself, staring out over the desert floor. The landscape stretched endlessly, sandstone towers jutting up like teeth, shadows shifting with the sun. It should have been beautiful, the kind of view that reminds you how small you are in the universe. Instead, I felt watched. Not from the ground, not from the horizon, but from the very rock I sat on. I peeled off my chalk bag, my hands still trembling, and looked at the torn skin across my knuckles. The wounds were strange. Not ragged scrapes, not abrasions like normal climbing injuries. They were crescent-shaped. Indentations, as if teeth had pressed into me. I told myself I was being irrational, that fear was twisting memory. But when I pressed my fingers against the marks, they throbbed with a pulsing ache, like a bite. I should have rappelled down then, should have walked away, found another wall, another climb. But that isn't what I did. Instead, I pulled out my journal from the side pocket of my pack and scribbled furiously, documenting everything while it was fresh. The crack clenched. The whisper, my name. The bite marks. I wrote until my handwriting went shaky. Then I tucked the journal away, stood up, and stared at the next pitch of the climb. Something in me, the same part that had always loved the silence of cliffs, the honesty of stone, was hooked. Fear had lit a fuse, and I wanted to know where it led. The wall had spoken, and I needed to hear what it would say next. So I tied back in, chalked my hands again, and kept climbing. I forced myself upward, though every cell in my body screamed at me to stop. My legs trembled against the rock, not from fatigue, but from the primal unease that comes when you realize the world isn't bound by the rules you thought it was. Stone doesn't move. Stone doesn't whisper. Stone doesn't bite. And yet it had. As I climbed, I became hyper-aware of sound. Normally, climbing is quiet. Just the scrape of rubber shoes on stone, the clink of metal gear, the hiss of breath. But now, the wall seemed to exhale around me. A low hum rose when I pressed my hand into a crack, and when I shifted my weight, the hum fell away like a sigh. It wasn't wind, the air was still. It was something internal resonating through the sandstone. At 80 feet, I reached another resting ledge, narrow and dusted with sand. I tried to steady myself, bracing against the wall as I set new protection. My hands still shook. The crescent marks on my skin pulsed, a reminder that this wasn't just a trick of perception. I kept glancing at my rope, as if half expecting it to be chewed in half. The absurdity of the thought almost made me laugh, but I didn't. Not after what I'd already heard. I leaned back, double-checking my placement. That's when I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Just below me, maybe 15 feet down. The crack I had climbed widened in a strange, organic ripple. It wasn't subtle. The rock stretched outward, curving in a convex bulge before settling back into its original line. It looked exactly like a throat swallowing, I froze, sweat dripping from my forehead into my eyes. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that the heat was warping my vision. But then I saw grains of sandstone fall away from the crack, tumbling down like crumbs from lips. I don't remember making the conscious decision to keep climbing, only that I suddenly found myself moving again, faster than I ever had on lead. My body acted on panic's autopilot, hands and feet finding holds without thought, gear placed haphazardly. I climbed like prey fleeing upward, as if altitude alone could save me. By the time I reached 120 feet, my forearms were burning, my chalk bag nearly empty. I knew I should stop, build an anchor, and rappel before I burned out entirely. But I also knew that rappelling meant passing the same crack again, putting myself back in reach of that mouth. I tried not to look down, but of course I did. The wall stretched beneath me, red stone glowing in the late morning sun. The seam I had followed looked ordinary again, but my eyes caught on one spot where the crack darkened, a shadow that didn't belong, and for just a moment I thought I saw it curve upward in a grin. Zoe. The whisper reached me again, carried through the stone into my bones. Not from below, from all around. I pressed myself flat against the wall, fighting the urge to scream. The name had been softer this time, almost coaxing, like a parent calling a child home. Zoe. I wanted to let go, to slide down the rope, to get it over with. But instinct overrode despair. I climbed higher. The last 30 feet blurred into a haze of desperation. I moved without precision, every placement clumsy. When I finally hauled myself onto the top ledge, I collapsed against the sandstone, chest heaving. The surface beneath me was warm, almost feverish, as though the rock had blood running just beneath its crust. I rolled away, clutching at the dry sand, wanting to put distance between myself and the cliff. The desert stretched endlessly in every direction, a panorama of emptiness. I thought the sight would bring relief, but it didn't. Instead, it deepened the dread. There was nowhere to run, just rock, sky, and silence, except it wasn't silent anymore. The whisper hadn't stopped. Now it echoed inside my head, threading through my thoughts like water through cracks. I couldn't tell if it came from outside or inside me. Zoo. Each repetition grew softer, fainter, but more intimate, as though the cliff had placed its mouth directly to my ear. I pulled off my helmet, tossed it aside, and pressed my hands to my ears, but it didn't help. The voice was inside the stone and inside me. I clawed at the ledge, wishing I could dig into the sand and bury myself away from the sound. Then came the laughter. My laughter. It started low, then rose until it echoed across the cliff face. I froze, my own mouth shut, but the sound didn't stop. It was unmistakably me. Every cadence, every crack of breath. It was like listening to a recording of myself in the desert air. And beneath it, layered faintly, came another laugh. Not mine, deeper hungry. I staggered to my feet, rope dragging behind me, and stumbled toward the descent trail that wound down the backside of the cliff. My legs felt like lead, but adrenaline kept me moving. The ground seemed to pulse with each step, a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. I told myself I just had to get to the car. Just get back to the Subaru and slam the doors shut, like doors could stop something that lived in stone. The trail narrowed, hugging the cliff's edge. Halfway down, I stopped dead. On the wall beside me, a new crack had opened. Thin, fresh. The stone edges sharp, as if pried apart moments before. I stared at it, transfixed, My mind screaming at me to move, but my body rooted. The crack flexed. Stone shifted like skin, and then, impossibly, lips formed again. Dry, red, cracked lips pressed into the sandstone. They moved as if struggling to shape words. This time, the voice didn't whisper. It spoke hoarse and deep, vibrating through the canyon. Stay. The word hit me like a blow to the chest. I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing on the narrow trail. My heart hammered, my vision narrowing at the edges. Every instinct screamed to run, but the weight of that command pressed me down like gravity. Stay. I forced my legs to move, stumbling away as tears stung my eyes. The lips didn't follow, but I felt them watching. Felt the cliff lean in around me, its cracks like 1,000 mouths waiting to open. By the time I reached the bottom, I was sobbing. I tore off my gear, threw it into the back of my car, and drove with shaking hands, tires skidding in the sand. I didn't stop until I hit pavement, until the cliffs were nothing but shrinking shadows in my rearview mirror. Only then did the voice fade. That night, I camped in a cheap motel, curtains drawn tight, television blaring for background noise. I kept expecting to hear my name in the static, in the hum of the air conditioner, in the creak of the bed frame. Every sound felt alive. When I finally gathered the courage to wash my hands, I noticed something new. The crescent marks across my knuckles hadn't healed. In fact, they had deepened. The skin around them was bruised, almost black, and when I pressed lightly, the pain radiated into my bones. And when I leaned close, holding my hand beneath the fluorescent bathroom light, I swear I saw the wounds twitch. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I drifted in and out, jerking awake every time the motel walls creaked or a car passed outside. At some point I dreamed, or thought I dreamed, of pressing my hand into a fissure, only this time the rock didn't just whisper. It swallowed. I woke with my wrist throbbing, the bite marks hot beneath the skin, as though the cliff's mouth had followed me. I told myself I was safe, that the rock was miles away, just sandstone and silence, that what I had seen was a hallucination from adrenaline and heat. But when I opened my journal to reread my entry, the words weren't the same. Where I had written, the crack clenched, the whisper, my name, the letters had warped. The page bulged slightly, the ink seeming to press upward in tiny ridges, like raised scars. And when I traced my fingers across it, I swore I'd felt the letters flex. I slammed the book shut, my stomach twisting. The next morning, I checked out before sunrise and drove north, thinking distance would free me. I promised myself I wouldn't tell anyone what happened. Not friends, not climbing partners. To speak it aloud would make it too real. But silence is treacherous. Over the next week, the whispers followed me. At first, faint, just at the edge of hearing when I pressed my ear to a pillow or leaned against a wall. Then louder. In the hiss of my camp stove, I'd hear my name. In the clatter of climbing gear, laughter would ring. My own echoed back, taunting. The worst came 3 nights later, while camping near Arches. I woke at midnight, convinced someone stood outside my tent. The desert was utterly still, no wind, no crickets. Then the fabric bulged inward, as if pressed by a face. I couldn't see features, only the vague impression of lips moving. And through the nylon, I heard it. Stay. I screamed and unzipped the tent, but no one was there. Just sandstone fins in the moonlight, their shadows long and sharp. Yet I knew, deep down, that the wall hadn't stayed in Utah. It had followed me. By the end of May, I gave up climbing altogether. My Subaru sat packed, ropes and cams untouched. Every time I thought about touching stone, my knuckles ached, the crescent scars pulsing like open mouths. Friends called, asking why I'd vanished, why I wasn't on the usual routes. I dodged their questions, claiming injury, claiming exhaustion. But in truth, I was afraid to touch rock again. Any rock. And then came the final proof. I was staying at a friend's house in Grand Junction, trying to hide from the desert. One afternoon, I leaned against the kitchen counter, my hand brushing the edge where the granite met the wall. Granite, not sandstone. A polished surface, safe, lifeless, except it wasn't. The stone flexed beneath my palm. I yanked my hand back, hard in my throat. For a second, I thought I'd imagined it. But then I saw the counter itself ripple, just once, as though something deep inside had shifted position. And faintly, so faintly I wanted to believe it was in my head, I heard my name in the vibration. Zoe. I ran from the kitchen, my friend startled, asking what was wrong. I couldn't answer. How could I tell her the truth? That the desert had claimed me. That stone itself knew me now. Since then, it hasn't stopped. The whispers find me everywhere. In brick buildings, in cement sidewalks, in the weight of mountains on the horizon. I avoid touching walls, keep my hands stuffed in my jacket, but sometimes I forget. Sometimes my fingers brush against stone, and every time, the bite marks ache. I don't climb anymore. I don't trust rock to hold me. But I write. I document. Because something in me believes that if I stop, if I fall silent, the cliffs will open again and take me whole. And here's the worst part. The thing I've never admitted, not even in the pages of my journal. Sometimes, late at night, when I press my hand against those crescent scars, I feel a pulse. Not mine. A deeper rhythm, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of something vast beneath the earth. And when I close my eyes, I can almost hear it whisper. Not calling me this time, but waiting for me to return. My name is Evan Ross, and I have always believed that every story worth telling begins with the land it is rooted in. Mine begins in the sprawling farmlands of Nebraska, where the earth runs flat and endless, stitched together by fence lines and broken, only the wind that comes through the crops. My uncle owned a farm out there, a modest but proud spread of corn and soybeans, and every year when harvest season arrived, I would go out to help. It wasn't a matter of obligation so much as tradition. I was raised with the understanding that family came first, and that meant showing up when the combines fired up and the bins started filling. The Ross family might not have been wealthy, but we had work, and work was what we honored. I was 22 that particular fall, just finished with school and unsure what came next. Some of my friends were scattering to cities, chasing opportunities with shiny names, while others stayed put, content to follow in their parents' footsteps. I hadn't chosen a path yet. The farm offered me a sense of clarity that nothing else did. Out there, beneath the big sky, things seemed stripped down to their most essential forms. Soil, sweat, seasons. You either respected them or you didn't last. My uncle, a stocky man with a son, creased face, and the kind of quiet authority that comes only from decades of labor, welcomed me into the routine without much ceremony. Mornings started early, before the fog had even lifted off the fields, and nights often stretched into the small hours. The hum of machinery was constant, and the smell of diesel clung to my clothes, no matter how many times I showered. It was exhausting work, but it was also grounding. The farm didn't just demand your time, it demanded your full presence. The cornfields were the heart of it all, oceans of green that had ripened into gold by September. Walking between those rows was like stepping into another world. The stalks towered above me, rustling with every shift of the breeze, and the soil underfoot was soft, turned and retouched with years of careful tending. At night, with the moon silvering the fields, the place became even stranger. The corn formed a maze that seemed alive, its whispers following me no matter which path I took. My uncle used to say that corn held secrets. It listens, he told me once, his voice flat with conviction. More than people give it credit for. I didn't put much stock in that at the time. Words like those struck me as the kind of farmer's superstition that grew from too many years alone in the fields. But later, after what happened, I would remember those words and wonder if he'd known more than he ever admitted. It started on a night near the end of September. The harvest was in full swing, which meant long hours of combining and hauling loads to the bins. My uncle sent me to check one of the irrigation pivots that had been acting up, and though the machines had been shut down for the evening, I took a flashlight and started walking the rows just to be thorough. The air was crisp, and the moon was high enough to light the fields in a pale glow, turning the rows into endless corridors. The further I walked, the more the silence pressed in. Even the crickets had gone quiet, as though they too were waiting for something. That was when I noticed it. At first, I thought the wind was shifting the stalks, but the movement was too deliberate. Ahead of me, the rows parted, not in a wide sweep like a deer bounding through, but in a slow, steady motion, as if something large was crawling low to the ground. The stalks bent and swayed in a line, moving farther ahead the longer I watched. My flashlight beam cut across them, but whatever was making its way through the corn stayed just out of sight. My chest tightened. Coyotes sometimes moved through the fields, and once in a while a stray dog. But this was different. The pace was unhurried, heavy, and the sound of it, leaves brushing, soil crunching, echoed in a way that made my skin prickle. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon, maybe a few of them traveling together. But raccoons didn't push stalks aside like that. They didn't leave a trail that wide. I stepped forward, trying to catch another glimpse, and that was when the moonlight struck it just right. The stalks shifted, and I saw a hand. Pale, impossibly pale, like milk poured over bone. Its fingers curled around a husk of corn, clutching it not the way an animal might paw at something, but with intent, with purpose. It held the husk as if it knew exactly what it was doing. The hand lingered there for only a second, but it was enough for me to see the way the light gleamed on its skin. Not fur, not claw, human, or something close enough to it that my mind refused to believe otherwise. I froze. Every rational thought in me screamed that I was imagining it. Exhaustion could do that. Long days, not enough sleep, and the monotony of row after row of identical plants could play tricks on the brain. That was the explanation I wanted to cling to. But deep down, I knew what I had seen, and it was no trick of the light. The hand withdrew, vanishing back into the shifting corn. The sound of its movement picked up, a rustling that seemed to circle me now. My flashlight beam jerked from side to side, but the rows looked the same in every direction. I could hear my own breath, ragged and too loud, and the pounding of my pulse in my ears. The part of me that still believed in reason told me to call out, to shout and scare off whatever was there. But another instinct, older and more primal, told me to stay silent, to listen, to run. I did neither. Instead, I backed away, one step at a time, until I reached the dirt road that bordered the field. The second my boots hit gravel, the rustling stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was as though the whole field was holding its breath. I stood there frozen until the weight of that silence became unbearable. Then I turned and walked, fast, too fast, back to the house. I didn't tell my uncle right away. He was the sort of man who believed in hard evidence, in things you could measure and prove. Telling him I'd seen a pale hand in the corn would only get me a sharp look and a reminder to get more sleep. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those fingers curling around the husk, saw the unnatural whiteness of that skin against the shadowed rose. It haunted me, not just for the strangeness of it, but because of the intent behind it. That hand hadn't reached blindly. It had known exactly what it was doing. The days that followed were busy. The work left little time for dwelling on fears and the hum of the combines, the dust rising in golden clouds, and the rhythm of loading and hauling loads filled my head. But at night, when the fields stretched quiet again, I found myself listening too hard, waiting for that sound of stalks shifting. And more often than not, I heard it. Faint at first, always just beyond the edge of sight. But there, something was moving through the corn, and it was watching. One evening, as we were finishing up for the night, my uncle finally mentioned something. He didn't look at me when he said it. We were standing by the barn, the sky streaked with the last colors of sunset, and he leaned against the doorframe, lighting a cigarette. "You've been hearing it too, haven't you?" His voice was low, steady, but there was an edge to it I hadn't heard before. I hesitated. Hearing what? He exhaled a thin stream of smoke and finally looked at me. His eyes were shadowed, unreadable. The fields. At night. Something moving where it shouldn't be. I felt my throat go dry. I wanted to lie, to shrug it off, but the weight of his gaze pinned me in place. "Yeah," I admitted finally. I saw something. A hand." He didn't flinch. He just nodded, as though I'd confirmed something he'd already known. "Then you best keep to the roads after dark. Don't walk the rows. Not unless you got to." That was all he said. No explanation, no story to ground the warning. Just that. I waited for him to say more. But he flicked his cigarette into the dirt and went inside, leaving me alone with the deepening dark. That was the moment I realized whatever I had seen wasn't new. My uncle had known about it, maybe for years. And if he'd chosen silence over explanation, it meant the truth was worse than anything I could imagine. The warning sat with me like gravel in my stomach. I told myself I would do what he said. Keep to the roads after dark, no heroics. No wandering into the rows with a flashlight and a backbone made of pride. But the farm works on a rhythm that doesn't care what you promise. Things break when they break. The irrigation pivot that had been stuttering gave up entirely the next afternoon. We cut the engines at dusk, and my uncle said, without looking at me, that the problem would wait until morning. I said sure. Then at 11, lying awake in the spare room with the window cracked, and the smell of cut stalks drifting in, I heard the bin fans shut down, and the night rushed in to fill the space they left. The silence was a big creature, You could feel it settle on everything. Sleep didn't come. I lay there and listened. The house ticked, the fridge cycled. The dog, my uncle's old blue heeler, Boone, rustled somewhere downstairs and settled again. Outside, the corn made its dry, soft breathing. Past midnight, something changed. You know the way you can feel a storm edge, and even before the first gust touches your skin. It was like that. A pressure. The corn's whisper turned intentional, like the rustle of fabric when someone slides along a hallway to keep from being seen. I pushed the window up and leaned out. The moon was thin enough to draw pale lines on the roofs of the outbuildings and silver the corn tassels. At the edge of the yard, the rows bent. Not many, just a suggestion of motion. And then the bending flowed left, away from me, as if whatever was there had felt my attention and was slipping out of it. I shut the window and sat back on the bed. I told myself I wouldn't go down. I put on my boots anyway, careful with the laces in the dark, careful with the creak of the stairs. Boone huffed once, raised his head from the rug, then, with some canine calculus that I'll never understand, decided to come with me. On the porch, the night air had that damp, bottom smell of earth cooling. I stepped off the boards and into the gravel. The corn wasn't far. The yard faded out into the first row like a shoreline fading into shallow water. I stayed on the apron of road, honoring the rule. Boone followed with his nose down, the tip of his tail just barely swinging. I kept the flashlight at my side, beam pointed down. I didn't call out. The night seemed full of mouths. By the pivot track, the soil had been run over until it was a kind of dark concrete. That's where I found the first mark. Not a footprint. A place where something heavy had pressed in, not round like a knee, not sharp like a hoof, but broad and segmented, like fingers laid flat and pulled forward. 4 of those in a staggered line crossed the pivot track and disappeared into the rows. Boone lowered his body, shoulders slipping toward the ground, and made a sound like a question he didn't want to finish asking. We stood there a long minute, the dog and I, 2 cowards in a field. Then I remembered myself and the warning, and the dumb human way of thinking that looking at something from 3 feet closer would make it less impossible. I crouched. In the angled moonlight, I could see more detail. Each press was ridged as if whatever did the pressing had skin too thin to hide the bones beneath. In the middle of the longest impression, something glittered. I set the flashlight on the gravel, angled away, and reached with 2 fingers to lift it. A piece of corn husk, the size of my palm, mashed into a paste so fine it was nearly slick. It smelled like raw green and something else, a sweet rot that made the back of my tongue ache. I wiped my fingers on my jeans and hated the way the wetness clung. The next day my uncle worked in a silence that wasn't his usual, even-keeled quiet. He was careful with the auger, careful with checking the bearings, careful to not give me an opening. I took the opening anyway. "You've seen it," I said finally, after lunch, the heat up enough to turn the metal of the fuel tank into a brand. He didn't answer at first. He banged the lid shut and wiped his hands on a rag. "Your father thought he saw it once," he said. "Before you were born. We chalked it up to the night, to drink, to not wanting to admit how the dark gets into a man after harvest and rattles around." "What did he see?"
"A hand,"
my uncle said, and when he looked at me, the lines around his eyes folded deeper. "Like you, but more of it." He walked away like the conversation owed him nothing. I stood there with his words in my mouth, bitter as a chewed aspirin. More of it. I didn't know what that meant until later. Afternoons on the farm stretch and then snap. We finished a field and moved equipment. A neighbor, old Mrs. Delaney, stopped by to ask if we could help her pull a heavy tarp over her woodpile before the next rain. While my uncle went to do that, I checked the pivot control that had been acting up. The box was open. Inside, a gummy smear clung to the circuit, like someone had tried to plaster over the lights with chewed bread. Not bread. Kernels pressed and ground into a paste. A smear of it had dried in ridges that matched the impressions I'd seen in the pivot track. I felt suddenly, stupidly protective of the box, like it was a mouth I should shut. I snapped it closed and wiped my hands, and told myself that raccoons could do things with their fingers that would make a locksmith jealous. Raccoons, I said, out loud to no one. Boone, who had followed me again, made that same question noise and leaned into my knee in a way that said he would very much like us to go home now. That night I set trail cameras on the edges where the yard faded to corn. Bear equipment, no bait. I told myself I wanted coyotes on film so I could show my uncle, and we could get back to work without the ghost of a hand between us. The truth was, I wanted to trap the thing in a rectangle where it would have to be a deer, or a person, or nothing at all. I strapped one camera to the corner of the bin and angled it down the row. I strapped another to the fence post by the road and swung the lens toward the pivot track. The last I mounted low, at Boone's height, pointed into the black mouth of a row like I was aiming a lantern down a mine. Past midnight my phone buzzed. Motion, motion, motion. The cheap app lit up with 3 alerts in a row. I was at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that had gone mean and overcooked half an hour earlier. The house hummed around me. My uncle slept. Boone got up without my asking and came to my knee, as if to say he'd heard the same phone I had. We went out. The air was wet and cool, and full of the smell of silage and dirt, and the leftover sweetness of corn. Every spider in the county had strung a thread between the first and second row. With the flashlight pointed low, I could see the silk shining like violin strings. Something had plucked them. The first camera looked fine, its little red eye winking. The second had a smear across the lens, a pale curve, as if a finger had reached and, instead of touching, had pressed against the plastic and dragged. The third camera, the low one, was crooked, not kicked, adjusted. Its strap had been loosened and slid down the post, and then cinched again. The lens pointed now not into the row, but at the place where the row opened onto the road. If you stood there at the exact spot where I did, the camera would be looking at your knees. Boone's hackles came up. The corn to my right flexed, one row, then the next, a slow ripple that moved toward us, and then stopped clean as a hand held up to say enough. Then, in the hush, something spoke. It said my name. Not my whole name, the way my mother used to when I'd done something small and stupid, but the short version only my friends used. The voice came from my left, then from my right, then from straight ahead. None of them matched. One was too high and too careful, clipped like a recording looped once too often. One was too low, the words catching on a throat that didn't know how to be wet. The one from straight ahead sounded almost right except for the breath at the end, like it had been practicing and hadn't gotten the size down yet. My name, 3 times. Boone pressed against my leg until my knee shook with the effort of staying locked. From the house, our porch light snapped on. In its sudden cone, the first 20 feet of yard looked staged and false. My phone buzzed in my hand. A call from my uncle. I answered and his voice said, breathless, "Urgent, get back in the house." Now, it wasn't the same as the practice voices. It carried weight. The kind that settled into you because you'd known it since you were a child. I grabbed Boone's collar and we backed toward the porch. I didn't turn until we were in that safe yellow circle. The corn didn't move. The road didn't move. The cameras watched. I hung up and looked at the screen and felt the first real cold of the night. No call registered. My uncle was waiting at the door in his boots. He didn't say he had called. He didn't say he hadn't. He put a hand on Boone's head, firm enough to transfer calm, but not to demand it, and then said to me, "Don't answer the field when it speaks." I wanted to be angry at that, at the idea that he'd let me walk out into something he already had rules for. But the anger slipped off as soon as it rose. He wasn't withholding to be cruel. He was withholding because naming things had costs. We brought the cameras in and scrolled through the footage at the kitchen table. The first video was wind and bugs and nothing. The second caught movement. A gray smudge along the far edge of the frame, a ripple like heat in summer. Only it was cold outside, and the ripple was low to the ground and regular, a cadence like crawling. The last video, the one from the low camera, showed the lens filling with an out of focus pallor. Not hair, not fur. A hand, I thought, until the hand rotated, and I understood that the angle was wrong for any wrist. There were too many knuckles, and they hinged backward when the thing pressed close and adjusted the camera. The final still froze on a small detail my mind refused, and refused until I found the strength to press back. Along one long finger, the print whorls had stretched thin, drawn into lines like those you see in wood when it's been kiln-dried too fast. We slept some after that, or pretended to, the way you do by letting your body down and letting your mind run laps. In the morning, my uncle stood by the sink and told me a story without looking at me. Once, years back, a hired hand had walked the rows at night to fetch a dropped wrench. They found him at dawn sitting on the end of the pivot track, both palms abraded, his jeans stained green. He had all his pieces. He couldn't say a word for 2 days. When he finally used his voice, he said, "Only that the corn could move, and you shouldn't let it." He left that afternoon with a paper sack of cash and didn't come back. "The corn can't move," I said, because I needed to say it out loud to make the world hold its shape. "The wind moves it," my uncle said. "That's what we'll say for the rest of our lives." I went to tighten the camera straps. I told myself I'd do it at noon, when the sun makes everything look like it will go on forever. The day gave me no such time. The pivot stuttered, the fuel pump balked. A belt on the combine began to fray. By late afternoon, we had the head lifted and our arms elbow, deep in its greasy throat. Boone stuck close to the shade under the combine, chin on paws, eyes on me like I might tell him something useful. We finished just before dark. The sky went from yellow to bruise. Across the road, Mr. Galvin's field showed a dark crease like a river where deer had bedded down. The porch light clicked on behind us, as if the house had decided we'd done enough. I was turning toward it when the corn to our left, where the rows met the ditch, dipped and held. Not an animal breaking and running. A lowering, a body settling. Boone rose with a sound that was not a bark and not a growl. He threaded himself between my legs, as if he wanted to be the place I stood. The lowering in the corn held, then began to travel. The ditch grass laid down in a line. When it reached a culvert, a concrete pipe that let storm water pass under the farm road, the movement vanished into it. I heard the faint scrape of something against concrete, a dry, papery sound like corn shucks rubbed together, and something wetter beneath it. It like breath swallowed wrong. We didn't sleep in our beds that night. We slept in the living room. If sleep is what you call closing your eyes, while you keep one part of yourself listening. I woke at 3 and there was Boone, sitting up, ears forward, watching the window where the porch light cast its stale glow. In the morning, there were marks by the culvert, not prints. Not exactly, but places where the weeds had been parted in narrow fans. Over and over. A series of sets like hands troweling through the same spot to make a new path. On the culvert's lip, a smear of that same corn paste had dried in a crescent. I wanted to leave. The thought rose like a wind through the house pack. Call someone. Invent an excuse about a job interview. In a town I hadn't even decided to want. And drive until the land had different words for itself. But I wasn't built that way, and neither was my uncle. We had trucks to fuel, and belts to replace, and a harvest to finish, and that's what we did. We worked. The thing in the field didn't care. It went on. It watched. 2 evenings later, Mrs. Delaney called. Her voice shook hard enough to clatter through the receiver. Something had been in her corn. Her grandson had left his backpack by the tractor, and it was gone. She confessed this only after saying she didn't believe in thieves in this county, and that's why she hated saying the word stolen, which said we'd keep an eye out, which is a farm's way of admitting that there are only so many eyes, and the fields have more miles than you think. I found the backpack at dusk. It hung at my height on a stalk 5 rows in, suspended by braided tassels that had been worked into a neat rope. The braid was careful, the way a child's braid is careful when the child has all the time in the world. It took me a second to see that the braid wasn't just tassels. Threads of denim were worked in, blue and white where the fabric had torn. I didn't want to touch it. I did anyway. When I lifted the straps off the stalk, the rows around me sighed. A sound like an auditorium letting out after a long speech. I backed out. On the road, Boone wagged his tail once, a small approval, and pressed his flank against my leg. I set the backpack on the tailgate and was about to call my uncle when someone said, right behind my left shoulder, "Don't turn around." It was my uncle's voice. Same cadence, same weight. The way he could put a command in the air without lifting his tone. I didn't turn. I looked at Boone instead. The dog had frozen. Not in fear, but in concentration. Eyes fixed on the space just to my right, where there was nothing but dust and the smell of heated metal. "Don't run," the voice said, and the last consonant didn't land properly, as if a mouth had been built for different endings and was trying ours on for size. Boone's ears went flat. I kept my eyes on him and said, out loud, "You're on the porch." The not voice said, and added a sigh it hadn't earned, "Don't be stupid." From the actual porch, 50 yards away, a screen door banged. My uncle's boots hit the steps. "You good?" he called, plain and human, tired in a way that belonged to long days and not to the dark. Behind me, close enough to feel the warmth of it, something in the corn exhaled through its teeth. The exhale had sound where teeth made it. I turned in the same motion that carried the backpack off the tailgate and into my hands. I didn't see it, not fully. I saw the tops of the stalks bend, as if under a body that refused to be tall, and I saw, just once, a pale length like a forearm, with too much elbow in it slide out and grip the edge of the culvert, the way a swimmer grips the lip of a pool to rest. The fingers flexed. The nails were not nails. They were the pale end of something continuous. I walked to the porch. I didn't run. Boone stuck so close that I could feel the heat his ribs through my jeans. My uncle took the backpack, turned it once, nodded as if backpacks were a crop we'd successfully harvested, and carried it inside. We ate late. Not because we were hungry, but because it gave our hands something to do that wasn't shaking. He picked at his food and said, "Tomorrow we'll cut the southern section. We'll run the head low and slow. If it's there, the machine will either flush it or make it choose a different field." I nodded at the table and saw, without wanting to, the headers' long snouts nosing into the rows, the corn folding, the otters churning, and the space between them that was just large enough for a man to crawl. I lay down in the spare room with those shapes in my head and slept bad sleep, full of the sound of grains of corn skittering under something's palm. When I woke, it was to the dim blue before dawn and a single, soft thump from outside, like a hand on the screen door asking to be let in. I waited for a second knock. It didn't come. The house held its breath. Boone growled once and didn't do it again. We started cutting at first light, the machine's roar pushing a clean border through the ocean. I rode with my uncle, strapped into the extra seat, the glass full of husk, blur, and motion. The head ate the first swath and the next, tidy, methodical. Row by row, we erased places where it could hide. When the sun rose, the field looked like a board game half finished. We turned and made another pass. On the third, the corn folded ahead of us in a way that wasn't the machine's doing. The fold was too far. The rows bent, then bent again, then laid down as if a body had gone wide and flat. The header nosed in. The corn opened its mouth. In the slot between the snouts, something pale flowed forward and then withdrew, not panicked but reluctant, like a hand taken off a stove before the burn can take. I saw knuckles. I saw that there were more than 5 places where the fingers should start. I saw a narrow oval that could have been a face if a face decided it was tired of being vertical. "Stop," I said, and my uncle cut the throttle so fast the machine wheezed. The glass went quiet except for the ticking of 100 kernels against it, each one a small metronome. The corn in front of us smoothed. The space between the snouts looked ordinary. My mouth had a metallic taste like I'd bitten a coin. My uncle set the brake. He put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed once, hard. There are moments in a working life when you decide to call something broken and fix it, or call it cursed and walk away. He took his hand back and pushed the lever forward again. The head dropped. The rows reached for us with their dead hands. Somewhere low in that green tunnel, something put its palm flat on the dirt and began to move. The machine roared forward, chewing its way through the stalks, as if nothing in the world was different, but I knew better. Every sense in my body screamed that we were not just harvesting corn. We were driving into something that had been waiting for us. The stalks folded ahead, sometimes in neat lines that matched the work of the combine, sometimes in wider arcs that hinted at something else moving low and parallel. My uncle's jaw was tight, his eyes fixed forward. He didn't say a word, but the set of his shoulders told me he knew it too. We weren't alone in the field, and the machine wasn't the only thing cutting its way through. I gripped the rail of the extra seat, so hard my knuckles ached. Each pass blurred past the windows, the corn snapping, shredding, falling into the augers, until it was just debris and dust behind us. The more we cleared, the more exposed we became. And I realized that part of me had been comforted by the concealment of the stalks, even if something worse was hidden there. Out in the open, under the blue October sky, there was no excuse for not seeing. If something chose to show itself, I wouldn't be able to pretend otherwise. We made another turn, aligning the header with the next swath. My uncle eased the throttle down slightly. He wasn't a man prone to caution, but the ground here was uneven, and the head had to stay low. The snout slid forward, nosing into the rows, and then everything changed. The corn didn't just part, it collapsed, as though something wide and heavy had dropped flat to the soil and was crawling away ahead of us. The movement wasn't hurried. It was steady, patient, deliberate, as if it understood the machine and knew exactly how fast to stay just out of reach. I saw the tops of stalks ripple, saw the gap open like a trail, and once, just once, I caught sight of a pale arm, bent in too many places, pushing itself deeper into the field. My uncle swore under his breath. It was the first time I had ever heard him curse at something that wasn't machinery. He pulled the lever, lifting the head clear of the ground. The machine whined as the motion stopped, and the sudden absence of corn braking made the silence unbearable. He looked at me, his face drawn hard. "You see it?" he asked, and his voice was rough, stripped of all the authority he usually carried. I nodded. That was all either of us said. He set the brake and shut the engine down. The quiet rolled in like fog. We sat there in the cab, the weight of what we'd seen pressing in, until Boone barked from the house. The sound was distant but sharp, cutting through the stillness. He barked again, and this time it was not the eager bark of a dog spotting a rabbit. It was a warning, deep and broken in the middle, the way a dog sounds when it is afraid but trying not to be. My uncle's hand tightened on the wheel. "It's moving closer," he said, and without waiting for me to reply, he turned the key, gunned the engine, and drove us back across the rows toward the road. Dust followed us in a long plume. When we reached the edge of the field, he cut the engine and we both jumped down. Boone was in the yard, pacing near the porch steps. His tail was low, his ears pressed flat, but he stayed, brave in the only way a dog can be. The porch light was still on, though the sun had barely started sinking. The air was unnaturally still. No birds, no insects, not even the faint rustle of dry leaves. It was as though the whole farm had been muffled, smothered in anticipation of what was moving just out of sight. That night, my uncle finally told me more than half warnings. We sat at the kitchen table, the single lamp throwing a small circle of light between us. His hands were calloused, cracked from years of work, but they trembled when he held his coffee mug. "It's been here longer than me," he said quietly. "Longer than your father. Your grandfather, too. None of us ever named it. Maybe that's why it's still here. A thing like that, it feeds on being known." He looked at me, and his eyes were tired in a way I had never seen. "That's why you don't talk about it to anyone who doesn't already know. Words make it stronger." I wanted to ask, what it was, but the question stuck in my throat. He shook his head anyway, as if he had read the thought. "Not ours to name," he said. "Not ours to fix either. You'll leave when the harvest is over. Don't look back. Don't let it follow." The words didn't comfort me. They felt like a surrender, and I didn't want to surrender to something that had crawled through the same rows I had walked since I was a boy. But the truth of it was there in his voice. He wasn't telling me to fight. He was telling me to survive. I barely slept. Every creak of the house made me sit up, straining to hear if it was the wind or something pressing against the walls. Boone lay on the floor by my bed, and once in the deep dark he growled low, a sound that vibrated in his chest. But he didn't move. I lay awake until dawn, waiting for the sun to cut the shadows apart. We worked as much as we could in the daylight, keeping to the machines, never walking the rows on foot. But no matter how many acres we cleared, the presence never left. It was always there, shifting just ahead, circling the edges of sight, pressing down stalks where no wind moved. More than once I thought I heard my name carried on the air, bent into shapes that almost sounded human. Sometimes it came from the ditch, sometimes from the culvert. Once, chillingly, it seemed to come from beneath the combine itself, as though something crawled under the machine while we worked. On the last night I spent there, I made the mistake of stepping outside alone. The air was cool, the sky clear and full of stars, and for a moment, I thought maybe the thing had moved on, satisfied to haunt another field. I walked to the edge of the road, listening to the gravel crunch under my boots, letting the quiet settle. Then I heard it, the sound of stalks parting, slow and deliberate. I froze, every muscle locking tight. The sound drew closer row by row, until it stopped just beyond the edge of the road. I could see the first stalks bend, their tassels brushing against each other, as if something pressed them aside. Then a hand came out. Pale, too long, the fingers jointed wrong. It gripped the gravel, and I saw the way the skin stretched thin over, bones that weren't shaped like any bones I knew. It pulled once, dragging the body behind it closer, and I felt my throat close. My light was still in my pocket, but I didn't raise it. I didn't need to see more. The hand flexed, curling around the stones as if testing them. Then, as Boone's bark split the night behind me, it released and slid back into the corn, vanishing as though it had never been there at all. I stumbled backward, my breath coming fast, and when I turned, my uncle was standing on the porch, shotgun in hand. He didn't raise it. He didn't need to. His voice carried, sharp and final, "Go back." For a moment, I thought he was talking to me, but then I understood. He was speaking to it. And whatever it was, it listened. The corn shifted once, like a sigh, and then went still. I left the next morning. My uncle didn't ask me to stay longer. He didn't mention what had happened. He just loaded me up with extra produce, shook my hand, and told me to take care of myself. Boone followed me to the truck, tail wagging once, then sat back as if he knew his place was here. I drove away with the rising sun at my back, watching the fields stretch on for miles, endless and golden, as if nothing could ever be wrong in them. But I know better. I know what moves in those rows when the moon is high and the world is quiet. I know the weight of a hand that should not exist, the way it grips and releases, the way it waits. My uncle was right about one thing. You don't name it, because names give things life. You carry the memory instead, silent and heavy, like a stone in your pocket. That's what I've done all these years. I've told myself it was exhaustion, a trick of light, nerves stretched thin by long days and longer nights. But when I lie awake in the dark, I can still hear the stalks parting, slow and steady, moving toward me row by row. And sometimes, when the night is still enough, I hear my name spoken back to me, in a voice that almost sounds like my own. My name is Grace Mallory, and I have always considered myself someone firmly rooted in both reason and familiarity. I grew up spending winters at my family's cabin, deep in the Vermont woods, a rustic structure my grandfather built by hand long before I was born. To me, the cabin was not just a seasonal retreat, but almost a second home, a place where we weathered storms, hunted deer, and shared evenings warmed by the wood stove. I was 27 the winter everything happened, and I believe by then I had already cataloged every sound the woods could make, every shadow that would stretch long across the snow, every groan of timber and wind. I was wrong. The cabin was prepared the way it always had been, rituals passed down from my grandfather to my father, and from my father to me. Preparation was everything. We stacked canned goods in the pantry, lined up jars of preserves in neat rows, sharpened axes, filled the kerosene cans, and of course, cut and stacked cords of wood. Without wood, there was no warmth, no cooking, no life in that cabin. Every year, we took pride in how tightly we stacked the logs, how high the pile climbed against the northern wall of the cabin. The logs leaned neatly against one another in geometric patience, bark curling in flakes, rings exposed in cross sections that told stories of trees older than me. By late November, we had built a pile taller than my shoulders and longer than the cabin itself. The night before the first real snow, I remember listening to the groan of trees bending in the wind. There is a sound that winter makes when it first arrives, like a breath pulled in and held. I was sitting near the stove, boots unlaced, the fire cracking. My father had already gone to bed. The cabin was never silent, not entirely. Wind seeped through in whispers. The stove rattled. The pine beams creaked as if shifting under invisible weight. I was used to it all. Nothing felt out of place. The morning after, the snow lay clean across the ground, sculpted into dunes along the trees. I stepped outside with my gloves stuffed in my pocket and my breath billowing white. My father was already by the woodpile, pulling logs free for the day's fire. He was humming under his breath when he called me over, a frown tugging at his lips. At first, I thought the pile had simply slumped under its own weight, which was common after a storm. But as I walked closer, I saw it wasn't a slump at all. The logs had shifted strangely, as though something had pushed from inside, widening a gap near the center. And there, nestled between two thick birch rounds, I saw them. Eyes. They were not the dull marbles of an animal peering out of a burrow. They were sharp, yellow, and alive with focus. For a heartbeat, I thought they belonged to a raccoon, or some kind of weasel trapped in the wood. But they didn't flick or dart nervously like an animal's. They blinked slowly. They looked at me. My father didn't see them. At least not them. He tugged a log free, muttering about how the pile wasn't steady enough, and the gap closed slightly, hiding those eyes for his angle. I stood frozen, gloves dangling in my hand, as the lid slid shut and opened again. I whispered, "Dad," but the word caught in the throat of the wind. When I looked again, there was only bark and shadow. I told myself I had imagined it. staring too long at contrast in the snow, the illusion of depth between logs, my mind conjuring what it expected to find. Still, unease lingered like a splinter. I helped my father carry wood inside, each log thudding onto the pile beside the stove. He didn't notice my distraction, didn't notice how often I turned my head toward the door, as though expecting something to follow. That night, the unease worsened. I dreamed of the woodpile, dreams where the logs breathed, the cracks between them widening like mouths. When I woke, I heard something outside. Not footsteps exactly, more like the shuffle of weight shifting against bark. I sat up, ears straining, every hair on my arms bristling. The sound stopped the moment I held my breath. Morning came gray and brittle with cold. My father had left early to check the traps, leaving me alone in the cabin. I busied myself with the stove, the kettle, the routine things that anchored my nerves. But when I stepped outside with the empty bucket to fetch water from the creek, I couldn't help looking again at the pile. It looked unchanged. Snow feathered its edges, a white shawl pulled across rough shoulders. But halfway down, I saw it, one log, pushed forward a fraction more than the others, as if nudged from behind. This time, I walked closer, heart rattling like kindling in a box. I crouched, letting my eyes adjust to the shadows between logs. And then it blinked again. Those same yellow eyes, wide, deliberate, unblinking until I leaned closer. When they closed, the lids moved sideways, not up and down. I stumbled backward, the bucket clattering onto the snow, water splashing in a dark bloom. My breath came fast, visible puffs floating like startled birds. I didn't run inside. Not yet. Some part of me clung to reason. Maybe an owl, maybe something nesting. But owls didn't bury themselves in stacked logs, and no bird's eyes had looked like that. When my father returned, I didn't mention it. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to sound unhinged. Maybe I wanted proof first. That evening, as he chopped more wood with slow, deliberate swings, I kept glancing at the pile, waiting for him to notice. He didn't. Nothing stirred. That night the cabin seemed restless. The stove crackled too sharply. The wind seemed to press its face against the walls, exhaling through every seam. And underneath it all, I swore I could hear a sound like scratching. Not frantic, but patient. A quiet scrape, as though claws dragged along bark in slow rhythm. I rose from bed twice to check, boots crunching softly on the floorboards. But every time I pressed my ear to the door, silence pressed back. The following morning, I found tracks. Not in the snow leading to the pile, but in the frost that rimed the wood itself. Condensation had frozen overnight, forming a delicate glaze. And across that surface were marks where something had pressed outward. Thin streaks, almost like fingers, splayed wide before vanishing into cracks. I didn't tell my father then either. Instead, I tried to watch the pile more carefully. When I went to split logs, when I went to fetch kindling, when I stepped outside to breathe air that wasn't thick with stove smoke. Always those cracks seemed to deepen when I wasn't looking. Always that slight displacement in the symmetry of the stack. On the fourth night, it escalated. I woke to the sound of the woodpile collapsing. At least, that's what I thought. The crash was heavy, rattling the walls of the cabin. My father jolted awake and grabbed his coat, muttering curses as he fumbled for boots. I followed him outside into the freezing dark. The moon hung low and white, shadows stretched in long blades. The woodpile stood intact. Perfect. Not a single log had shifted, but I saw them again. Not one pair this time. several, blinking open in the spaces between bark. A dozen yellow eyes catching the moonlight, all watching silently as we stood there with our breath smoking in the night air. "Jesus," my father whispered, finally seeing what I had seen all along. He didn't move closer. Neither did I. We stood together, two figures trembling in the snow, while the woodpile stared back with its quiet, impossible gaze. And then, as though a hand brushed across the surface from inside, the eyes closed. Every single one of them. My father never spoke of it after. He returned to the cabin, slammed the door, and bolted it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that closing the door wasn't enough. Something was awake in those logs. Something patient, something that had been waiting through the long cold of years. And it had finally decided to open its eyes. The morning after the eyes revealed themselves to both of us, silence lingered in the cabin like smoke that refused to clear. My father busied himself with tasks, checking the traps, sharpening the axe, mending a crack in the stovepipe. But he never looked toward the woodpile again. I could feel it in the way he moved, his shoulders stiff and his jaw clenched. He had seen what I had seen, but he chose not to name it. By refusing words, he thought maybe he could refuse reality. Every time I stepped outside, I found myself drawn toward the pile. Not to get wood, just to look. From a distance it always appeared unchanged, a neat stack of birch, maple, and pine. But when I drew closer, details betrayed it. One log angled slightly differently, a gap that hadn't been there before. Frost melted in streaks where something warm might have pressed from within. 3 days after that night, I noticed the smell. At first faint, just a suggestion of damp earth carried by the wind. But as I stood closer, the odor grew thicker, heavier, like rot buried beneath wet leaves. I wrinkled my nose and stepped back. When I returned inside, my father was sitting at the table, staring at nothing. He hadn't shaved in days. "It's fine," he muttered when I tried to tell him. "It's just animals. Mice maybe. Or raccoons." "Raccoons don't have eyes like that," I said. My voice cracked, not from anger but fear. He slammed his hand on the table, then stopped looking. "Whatever it is, leave it be." I wanted to argue, but I didn't. He was my father, and something in his expression told me he wasn't just being stubborn. He was scared too. I had never seen that in him before. Not once in my life. That night, the scratching returned. Louder now. It came in steady bursts, like something testing the logs, pulling at them, shifting them one by one. I lay awake, every nerve taut, listening. The sound would pause, then start again. At one point I thought I heard breathing. Heavy and deliberate, like someone exhaling against the wall just feet from my head. The next morning, the pile was lower. Not by much. Just one row of logs missing from the top. But we hadn't touched it. The stove still burned low from the wood we'd carried inside days earlier. My father stared at the pile, his lips pressed thin, and then went back into the cabin without a word. I followed the tracks in the snow. There should have been some sign of disturbance. If logs had been taken away, some evidence of weight dragging them. But the snow was smooth, untouched. It was as if the wood had sunk into the earth or vanished entirely. When I returned, I found the back door of the cabin open. My stomach twisted. The door had been bolted when we left. Inside, the air felt wrong. Not colder, not warmer, just wrong. As if the space itself was heavier. My father was in the corner, rifle across his knees, eyes locked on the doorframe. "I didn't open it," he said, His voice was low, trembling in a way I had never heard. "Don't ask me to explain." I didn't. That evening, I dreamed again of the woodpile. In the dream, the logs shifted apart like ribs opening. Inside was not flesh, but tunnels. Endless tunnels spiraling downward, lined with more blinking eyes. They watched me without malice or hunger, just with presence, as if I had finally noticed them, after years of their waiting. When I woke, my sheets were damp with sweat, and the scratching hadn't stopped. The next day, my father announced he was leaving. "I'm heading into town," he said. "We need supplies. Nails, chains. We'll shore up the pile, keep it from shifting again." His words sounded practical, but his hands shook as he packed the truck. "Let me go with you," I begged. He shook his head. "No. Someone needs to stay here. Stay here." With it, I wanted to argue, but something in me knew it was useless. He wasn't protecting the cabin. He was protecting me, though he would never admit it. He left just after dawn, tires crunching over ice, the truck's tail, lights disappearing into the trees. The silence after he left was unbearable. I tried to read, to cook, to do anything that involved looking out the window. But I couldn't help it. By noon, I was standing outside again, staring at the woodpile. The eyes were open. Not one pair, not a dozen. Scores of them, filling every gap, every seam between logs. They didn't blink in unison. They moved like stars behind clouds, some winking out while others appeared. And all of them were fixed on me. I ran inside, bolted the door, and pressed my back against it. But the gaze followed me even through wood and iron. I could feel it pressing on the cabin like a weight, like the logs themselves were leaning in. Hours passed. Dusk settled, and then came the sound, not scratching this time, knocking. Slow, deliberate knocks against the wall where the woodpile leaned. 3 beats. Silence. Then 3 again. I held the rifle across my lap, my finger trembling near the trigger. But I didn't fire. Firing would mean stepping outside, facing it, and I couldn't. The knocking stopped near midnight. I thought maybe it had ended, that my father would return and we could leave, abandon the cabin for good. But then I heard something far worse. Whispering. It seeped through the walls in tones I couldn't understand. Low, guttural. Like words not shaped for human throats. The sound was layered, not one voice but many, all speaking at once in some awful harmony. My head ached listening to it. My vision swam. I covered my ears, but the sound was inside me, vibrating through my bones. I think I passed out, because the next thing I knew, morning light was creeping through the shutters. The woodpile was smaller again. I staggered outside in disbelief. 2 more rows gone, vanished without a trace. The logs that remained were damp, slick, as if sweat had seeped from within. And in the snow, finally, I saw marks. Not tracks like an animal. Hands. Wide, splayed handprints pressed deep into the crust, leading from the pile to the cabin wall. They stopped at the foundation, fingers splayed upward, as if something had stood there, waiting to be let in. By the time my father returned, I was nearly hysterical. I begged him to see the prints, to believe me. He looked once, then shook his head. "We're leaving," he said simply. We packed quickly. Supplies, clothes, anything we could carry. The truck groaned under the load. I thought we'd escape, that we'd put the cabin behind us forever. But when he turned the key, the engine coughed once and died. He tried again and again. Nothing. The battery was drained, though it had worked fine days earlier. That night, the whispering grew louder. The voices were closer now. So close it felt like they were inside the cabin itself. I pressed my hands against my ears until they ached, but the voices wormed through. My father sat across from me, rifle steady, eyes red, rimmed with exhaustion. "Don't listen," he muttered. "Don't answer." The woodpile was almost gone now. Only half the height it had been. Soon there would be nothing left. And I couldn't shake the thought that, when the last log vanished, the thing behind those eyes would finally have room to step free. The whispers threaded the boards until the cabin seemed to breathe with them. We had wood enough inside for a day, 2 at most. After that we would open the door or let the fire die, choosing between freezing and whatever waited outside. Before dawn my father stood, the quiet that means a decision. He took the blue kerosene can. "We end it," he said. At the latch he added, "If I have to come back fast, I'll say your name wrong twice." Wrong how? Gracie Mall. Cold knifed in when he cracked the door. The whispering tightened, as if 100 mouths turned to watch. He slipped through and pulled the door to. I killed the lantern and went to the window. The pile hunched against the north wall, lower again. He moved along it, steady, tilting the can. Bark darkened in spreading flowers. The smell of fuel found the cabin's seams. Something flexed. Yellow eyes lit behind wet wood. Hands slid out, wide, colorless. Too many knuckles, tugging at his coat. He shook them off like burrs and kept pouring. He struck a match. Wind tried to eat it. He cupped it, breathed, and fed the tiny flame into the soaked bark. Fire tucked itself into every crack with a soft woof that rose into a roar. Sap popped. From inside came the sound of fiber tearing from fiber, wrapped around something that wanted to be a word. He turned for the porch. The wall beside the door thumped from within, a knock answered by 100 smaller ones. The house remembered it was wood. "Gracie Mall," he called. Again. "Gracie Mall," I threw the bolt. He crossed the threshold in a wave of smoke, and we dropped the bar and jammed the table against the door. Through the glass the pile changed as it burned, not collapsing so much as reorganizing. Logs slid into new positions as if joints thawed. Eyes blinked in orange veils and then burst like blisters, leaving wet pits that winked sideways once and closed. A knot in the wall above the stove opened and looked at me. The lid slid left to right. I swung the poker. Resin spattered the iron like rain. More knots unsealed. More eyes. Back the stove off. We muscled the cast iron from the wall, pipe couplings groaning until cold air poured through the gap. He leaned our last inside logs against the flexing planks, and I shoveled coals into the fresh stack. Flame climbed at once. The eyes squeezed shut in the red light. From the grain behind them came a whisper that was only my name reduced to a hiss. Outside, a section of the pile folded into itself with the careful grace of a tent dropping. Where it fell away there was no ground, only a smooth throat lined with bark and amber sheen. Eyes crowded down that slope like stars in a well. The woodpile had not been a shelter. It had been a lid, nails pinged in studs. Pitch boiled and ran. The door shivered as if someone leaned their forehead against it and laughed. 3 knocks, pause 3. Then my father's voice from the porch. "Gracie Mall, Gracie Mall." He stood at my elbow and heard it too. The sound wore his shape but not his weight. He crushed my wrist once. Don't the latch twitch, gentle like a friend. "Ani, it's freezing. Let me in." He threw open the back door instead. Winter poured through. The blaze we'd set took the low rafters in a shrug. "Out," he said, and pushed me into the snow. Morning was the color of steel. From the hole where the pile had been, something like a rib cage made of bundled twigs tried to stand and came apart, as if the organizing idea had lost its grip. Smoke turned itself down into the hollow, and back out with a sound like a throat clearing. "Go to the road," he said. I started to argue. He cut me off with my given name. "Grace." He went back through the door. Running in snow is humiliation. My lungs burned. Behind me, the voices tightened to wire. I didn't look back until the plow appeared. The driver wrapped me in wool and radioed the volunteers. When we rumbled into the clearing, the cabin was already skeleton. The roof had flattened to a black plain. The men pulled a line and did the practical ballot of keeping trees from catching. The air tasted like sap and iron. They found my father's boots at the back threshold, heel to heel as if he had stepped neatly out of them. No prints led away. In the ash, they found odd things that make sense if you decide not to think ovals of hardened pitch like lids. Black rings nested inside rings on the floor, as if a tree had tried to lay down a century in an hour. I signed what I had to sign, because there is no checkbox for eyes in sapwood. The report said winter structure, old stove, accidental ignition, probable fatality. Snow fell and then more snow. By the time the county truck came for me, the clearing looked like a place where a house might have been. The city should have cured me. Radiators hissed differently than whispering. Drywall doesn't have eyes. Tell yourself those things and it will almost work. My second night home, someone knocked at 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. It came from the baseboard. I pressed my ear to paint and heard heat moving. A building coughing, learning my name. Weeks slid by. A fireman mailed back the blue kerosene can with a note, "This yours." I wrapped it in a towel and hid it behind coats. Twice I carried it to the dumpster. Twice I brought it back because the hall light on the curve of the metal looked like a blink. In April, I drove north. I told myself I was checking the grove. Brush had pushed up around the clearing, early green trying to erase boundaries. The ash rectangle where the cabin had stood was soft with moss. The place where the pile had rested had sunk into a shallow basin. Meltwater collected there, a shallowed mirror. I walked to the edge. Pollen skinned the water. Beneath it, black flecks of char turned like minnows. At the bottom were pale pieces. I reached in. Cold bit my knuckles. Across my palm lay something like a preserved leaf, translucent, thin, with a seam that would match a twin and open sideways. The texture was neither plant nor animal. I set it back. It drifted to the old rim and hung there as if thinking. The basin exhaled then. Not wind, a rearrangement. Rings formed on the surface and moved outward. They touched the bank where my boots were and hesitated, as if learning me again. I stepped back. The mirror smoothed. I did not stay. The forest doesn't miss people, it misses shapes. I would be a shape if I let it. On the drive home, I rehearsed the rules our winters taught: stove first, water second, axe sharp. None of them fit anymore. But a habit holds a ghost. If this is a lesson, it's a poor one. Don't stack wood against the north wall. Leave air between logs. Pay attention to a smell like old leaf and honey gone sour, to frost that melts in finger spreads, to lids that open sideways. Those might help. They might only make you attentive on the wrong day. Better to plan a mistake only you and yours know. The wrong nickname. The way a voice will use vowels, the number of knocks. Never tell anyone else. Names are doors. Doors are habits. Habits teach things that aren't how to try being persons. Sometimes, very late, the radiator says my name with a smile in the vowel. I breathe through it like a cold. On the worst nights, I take the towel off the kerosene can and carry it from room to room. Ridiculous as it is, metal and the memory of flame feel like the only tools I have left. I have not told anyone here what we did. I am telling you so I do not have to keep the whole story in my own grain. Memory is wood too. Stack it tight and it starts to live. If you wake to a neat pile unnerving itself and see yellow open where bark should be, do not give it a name with teeth. Call it the forest finding a hinge. Call it a lid lifting. Light it and do not look back until the voices in your walls sound like only heat again. And if you must listen for someone you love, make sure you planned the mistake first. The right-wrong word is sometimes the only thing that keeps a door closed. These days I keep the windows cracked in winter. I say it's for air. The truth is I want the wind to have a mouth that isn't made of my house. I'm writing this on a wooden table with a scar that looks like a smile. When I'm done, I will run my hand across it once, not as permission, but as proof that my hand is still my own right now. My name is Jackson Price, and I have served for nearly a decade as a Forest Service worker assigned to the northern stretches of Washington's backcountry. I was trained in everything from trail maintenance to wildlife monitoring, and the duties of my position kept me immersed in the wilderness for days at a time. I had grown accustomed to the ordinary sounds of the night. Wind running like a cold hand through the branches, the creak of trees groaning against themselves, and the yipping of coyotes that always seemed to travel just beyond the range of my flashlight. It was routine, almost comforting in its own wild way, until the night I heard a sound that refused to belong. It was a howl, yet not a howl. I had finished a long shift of checking fire breaks and patrolling closed access roads when I first heard it. The sound carried out of the timberline, as if the very pines themselves were shaking apart. Coyotes typically call in a chorus, high, pitched and sharp, rising and falling like nervous laughter echoing through the hills. This was deeper. The vibrations did not just fill my ears, but crawled into my chest and rattled my ribs. It felt wrong in a way I can only describe as biological rejection, like my body knew instinctively the noise should not exist. At first I dismissed it, convincing myself it must have been the distorted echo of a wolf, or perhaps two animals calling at once. But then it happened again. It started with a low groan, dragging out like a chain pulled across stone, before rising suddenly into something halfway between a scream and a howl. It was layered too, one voice beneath another, pitched just slightly off, like the same sound played through two warped speakers. I sat in my service truck at a fork in the old fire road, headlights sweeping over the gravel, when the howl came so close that the windshield vibrated. Instinct tightened my hands on the wheel. The air outside felt thinner, as though something enormous had moved through and taken part of it away. I rolled my window halfway down despite myself, listening hard. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Not a single owl. Not the chirp of one cricket. The silence pressed harder than the sound had. That was when the shape stepped into the beam of my headlights. At first my eyes told me it was a coyote, and I wanted badly to believe that. The frame matched. Lean, tawny. The kind of animal I'd logged 100 times in my reports. But when it turned, the truth bent against me. The creature's mouth was sealed, the jawline smooth and unbroken, as though flesh had been fused together where lips should have been. No nostril flared, no teeth glinted. Its muzzle was wrong, too blunt and scarless for what it was missing. And yet the sound, the impossible, gut-splitting howl, still poured from it. I remember pressing my palm against my own jaw, half in disbelief and half to make sure mine hadn't somehow disappeared in sympathy. The creature stood in the light, long enough for me to notice the tremor in its shoulders. Its body shivered with each wave of that scream, and its ribs ballooned unnaturally, expanding as if the noise swelled from deeper than lungs should reach. My headlights flickered against its eyes, which burned yellow like two swamp lanterns. I wanted to gun the truck forward, drive fast enough to plow through the sight, and force it back into something my mind could deny. But my boot felt bolted to the floor. The howl grew sharper, vibrating the glass until the rearview mirror shook loose and dangled by its stem. Then, without transition, silence slammed back in. The animal, or whatever it was, turned with the jerky stiffness of a marionette tugged too hard by strings. Its body did not flow with the movements as a coyote should. It pivoted at the joints, one limb too straight, while the other bent too far. Then it stepped away from the light, swallowed by the line of pines as though it had never been there. For a long while, I stayed frozen. My radio hissed on the passenger seat, spitting static that seemed to mock the absence of all other sound. Eventually, I forced myself to drive forward, headlights cutting tunnels through the forest. I told myself I had to log it, to rationalize what I had seen in the terms of my possible injured wildlife. Maybe a deformity, perhaps rabies-altering behavior. I clung to those possibilities with the desperation of a man dangling from a cliff edge. By the time I reached the ranger station, the clock read nearly 3 in the morning. I filed a short report, stripped of the strange truth. I wrote, unidentified canid vocalization. Possible deformity, observed near mile marker 47. That was all. I locked the form away in the cabinet and told myself it was enough. Sleep did not come easily, though. Each time I closed my eyes, I heard the howl vibrating through my ribcage again, saw the sealed flesh where a mouth should be. I woke twice from dreams of silence so total it had weight. The kind of silence that comes only when every living thing agrees not to breathe. The following evening, I tried to convince myself that the experience had been isolated, perhaps even born of fatigue. I had been pushing longer shifts than usual. Covering for a coworker out sick and lack of sleep can play strange tricks on perception. Still, I found my patrol route bending back to that fire road. Curiosity, or maybe a twisted sense of duty, dragged me to the place where I had seen the creature. The forest looked ordinary enough under the wash of my headlights. Gravel, ditch water glinting faintly, trees huddled tight together. I cut the engine and stepped out, boots crunching on stone. The night air smelled of pine sap and damp earth. It should have felt like any other night, but the weight in the atmosphere warned me otherwise. My flashlight beam shook in my grip, though my hand stayed steady. I heard it before I saw anything. The howl began far off, so faint I thought at first it might have been a trick of the wind. Then it swelled, spreading wider, carrying with it that double, layered voice I could never mistake. The sound seemed to scrape the sky itself, dragging at the stars. This time I did not retreat into the cab of my truck. Instead, I aimed the flashlight toward the tree line, my other hand resting on the butt of the service pistol strapped at my hip. I had never drawn it against an animal before. Firearms were last resorts, tools for when a bear refused to scatter or a rabid wolf cornered a hiker. But the idea of that sound coming closer without a mouth to make it justified my grip. Branches shifted 30 yards out, moving with the careful separation of something pressing through slowly. My beam caught on fur, slicker than coyote hide, almost wet with reflection. The creature's shape slid between the trees, each step accompanied by that resonant, chest-splitting cry. When the light finally caught its face, I saw again the horror of the sealed jaw. But worse this time, the flesh seemed stretched tighter, as though whatever force denied it a mouth was also pulling harder against it. Its skin looked ready to split, yet still it screamed. Yellow eyes turned toward me, locking as though they could hold my body, still the way the sound had. I don't remember raising my pistol. I remember only the deafening echo of my shot cracking through the trees, louder than any thunder. The recoil jolted my arm, and in the muzzle flash I saw the creature jerk sideways. Then it vanished, the undergrowth swallowing it. The howl stopped mid-note, leaving a vacuum so sudden my ears rang. I backed toward the truck, heart pounding as though it might punch through my chest. Every instinct screamed for me to flee, to get behind the wheel and never look back. But another, colder instinct urged me to stay and listen. The silence that replaced the howl was worse than the noise itself. It felt like the forest was waiting, holding something in reserve. I finally forced myself to leave, gravel spitting under the tires as I accelerated down the fire road. My radio crackled again, the static louder than usual, pulsing with a rhythm almost like breathing. I shut it off, unwilling to hear anything more. Back at the station, I filed another brief note, this one even thinner than before. Animal disturbance, fired warning shot. No further incident. I could not bring myself to commit the truth to paper. Some part of me believed that writing the full description would cement it into reality, binding it beyond denial. That night, the dreams grew worse. I woke gasping from visions of sealed mouths splitting open in a scream that had no end. Each time, the echo of that layered howl followed me into waking, vibrating through the thin walls of the ranger cabin. I sat with the lights on until dawn, telling myself that the day would bring logic back into reach. Yet when sunlight bled through the pines, I realized something was wrong. In the quiet morning, even the birds did not sing. The morning after that second encounter felt unnatural in ways I struggled to articulate. At dawn, when the fog was still sitting heavy between the pines, I opened the cabin door, expecting the usual chatter of chickadees and robins. But the forest met me with only absence. Silence is something I had known before. After storms, before snow, in the lulls between wind gusts. But this was not that. This was intentional, as if every living thing had been warned. I tried to brush it off by moving through the motions of routine. Coffee in the tin pot, notes on my clipboard, a half-hearted sweep of the weather reports. Yet the quiet pressed against the glass like a living weight. My truck sat waiting in the lot, still dusted with the gravel from the fire road. Each time I glanced at it, the memory of headlights catching on a mouthless scream slashed through me again. By mid-morning, the silence had begun to fray my composure. I grabbed the radio, intending to call in and ask whether other rangers had reported disturbances. But when I thumbed the switch, Static filled the cabin in a surge, sharp and pulsing. It was almost rhythmic, almost like that layered howl compressed into mechanical noise. I slammed the unit off and shoved it into the drawer. I told myself I needed proof. I had spent too many years in this job to let paranoia guide my record. So, against the more rational half of my instincts, I drove back to mile marker 47, where the fire road forked and the creature had first stepped into my lights. The air was warmer now. Sun struggling through the canopy, but it carried no birdsong. The trees swayed as if whispering only to one another. I parked the truck and walked the shoulder, scanning for tracks. Coyotes often left their print trails across gravel, but what I found unsettled me more deeply than any predator's spoor. Impressions marked the ditch mud in a line too heavy, too distorted. The shapes were canine but exaggerated. Elongated digits, deeper heel impressions, as though the animal carried more weight than its body suggested. Some of the prints overlapped, confused, almost like several paws had pressed the earth at once. I crouched down, pressing my own boot beside one track for scale. The print was longer than the length of my hand. No coyote I had ever logged carried paws that size. My thoughts tried to leap toward bear, wolf, or even cougar, but none fit the stride. The spacing was wrong. The weight distribution was wrong. Everything was wrong. The deeper into the tree line, I followed the prints, the less sense they made. Some sank into the dirt, as if something impossibly heavy had passed through. Others barely skimmed the surface, like shadows that left marks. After 100 yards, they ended abruptly at a moss-covered boulder. No trail beyond, no scuff in the leaves, just vanishing. The rational explanation I craved remained elusive. I snapped a few photographs, my hands trembling enough that the images blurred. I shoved the phone back in my pocket and stood listening. That was when the silence broke. It didn't start with the howl this time. Instead, it began with the forest exhaling all at once. Branches creaked, undergrowth rustled, as though everything had been holding still and now shifted nervously. Then the air thickened. My ribs seemed to brace themselves, anticipating the vibration before it came. The howl ripped through the trees like a blade drawn too slow. My knees bent under it. The sound layered again, voices weaving and clashing, one pitched higher, one dragged lower, both grinding against each other, until I felt nausea crawl up my throat. I spun, flashlight in hand, though the daylight made it absurd. My eyes caught movement near the boulder. The creature stepped from behind it, and every nerve in my body screamed. Its shape looked worse than before. The flesh along its muzzle strained, pulled tighter, veins standing out like cords beneath the skin. The sealed jaw seemed bruised, darkened as though the very act of forcing sound through unbroken flesh was tearing it apart. Yet still the howl poured, louder, vibrating the ground beneath my boots. The eyes glowed yellow again, but this time there was more. Around its head, the air warped faintly, shimmering as though heat rose from asphalt. The sound bent reality itself, shaking leaves loose from branches though the wind was still. I forced my voice through clenched teeth.
Get back!
The words died under the roar of the howl. My hand drifted to my sidearm, but I could not convince myself that metal and powder meant anything here. I took a step back, then another. The creature did not follow. It only screamed, and then it stopped. The silence that rushed in afterward collapsed against me like a vacuum. My ears rang. The creature tilted its head, the motion jerky, unnatural, and then it slipped behind the boulder again. When I hurried forward seconds later, nothing waited there. No paw prints marked the soil. No scent clung to the air. Gone, I retreated to the truck, breathing ragged, and drove faster than I should have back to the ranger station. My palms sweated against the wheel, and every gust of static from the radio seemed to mimic that layered howl. The rest of the day blurred. I locked the cabin windows, drew the shades, and sat at the desk trying to make sense of my notes. Each line I wrote looked more absurd than the last. Unidentified animal. No mouth present. Emits layered vocalizations. I crossed them out one after another, the words mocking me. Eventually I tore the page free, crumpled it, and shoved it deep into the wastebasket. That night, the dreams came again. I stood in the forest, unable to move, while the sound rose all around me. From the shadows, dozens of pairs of yellow eyes burned, and each one belonged to a creature, with a jaw fused shut, skin trembling, as their impossible voices collided in the air. I woke clawing at my own face, convinced for a moment that my jaw had sealed too. The following morning, I drove into town, something I rarely did during a work week. The quiet of the forest had become unbearable. I bought coffee, supplies I didn't really need, and found myself asking the general store owner whether he'd heard anything unusual. He gave me a puzzled look and shook his head. Coyotes, maybe. Been loud this season. I didn't press further, but as I drove back, I noticed something strange. Every dog I passed along the roadside, farm shepherds, mutts behind chain-link fences, howled as my truck rolled by. Not barks, not growls. Howls, low and strained, their bodies trembling as though forced into it. One even slammed itself against its pen until the gate rattled. By the time I reached the ranger station again, I knew I could not dismiss it anymore. Something lived out there that defied explanation, and it was not content to stay hidden. That evening, the radio came alive on its own. I had left it off since the morning before, but the speaker hissed into static anyway, louder than I had ever heard. Through the noise, a sound emerged. A howl buried deep in the distortion, faint but unmistakable. My stomach turned cold. The radio's power switch did nothing. The unit had no business being alive without me flipping it on, but still the howl rose from it, layered and vibrating the cabin walls. I grabbed the cord and yanked it from the socket. Sparks spat. The howl cut off instantly, leaving my ears ringing. Silence settled again, heavy and waiting. For hours I sat staring at the dead radio. Every instinct told me that the thing I had seen was not bound to the forest anymore. It had found a way to seep through, to carry its voice by any means possible. When I finally lay down, exhaustion pulling me under, the dreams wasted no time. I was in my truck again, headlights shining down the fire road. The creature stood in the beam, mouth fused, body shaking with its impossible howl. But this time, as it drew closer, I saw my own reflection in its eyes. And in that reflection, my mouth was gone too. I woke screaming, or at least I tried. No sound came out at first. My throat clamped, my jaw clenched shut. Terror ripped through me as I clawed at my face, desperate to feel my own lips still there. When they finally parted and breath rushed out, I sobbed with relief. But the fear remained like a stone lodged inside me. I knew then the creature's presence was no longer limited to encounters in the forest. It had reached me, and something about the silence of the woods told me it wasn't finished yet. Sleep abandoned me after that night. I tried everything. Tea, reading, forcing my body into exhaustion with long hikes. But every time I closed my eyes, the howl returned. Sometimes in dreams, sometimes half. Waking, vibrating faintly through the mattress as though the sound itself had wormed into the foundation of the cabin. The worst part was that when I startled awake, the silence was just as unbearable. The silence meant it was waiting. By the third day, I could no longer ignore the sense that the thing was drawing closer, not in miles but in intimacy. My reflection in the mirror seemed subtly wrong. The lines of my jaw too tight, my lips paling like stretched canvas. More than once I pressed my fingers against them to reassure myself they would still part. I forced myself into patrols, believing the routine would anchor me. But the woods had changed. They no longer felt like the familiar domain I had worked for years. Trails seemed narrower, trees bent subtly inward, the air too heavy to breathe deep. Even the sunlight that spilled between branches looked tainted, weak as though filtered through invisible smoke. At mile marker 47 I found something new. Not prints this time, but scratches gouged into the bark of a cedar. The marks ran deep, parallel, unnaturally clean, as though carved by tools rather than claws. I touched them, fingertips finding splinters sharp enough to draw blood. Beneath the raw wood, a faint vibration hummed, so slight I thought at first it was my pulse. But when I stepped back, pressing my palm against my chest, I realized the tree itself was shivering. I stumbled away, boots crunching gravel, and the forest answered me with a howl. It came from everywhere at once. The trees carried it. The ground pulsed with it. Even the air thickened into a trembling wall. I dropped to my knees, hands over my ears, but the noise was inside me, rattling my skull like a jar struck with a hammer. My teeth ached as though ready to snap loose. Then silence again. Sudden, absolute. When I looked up, the cedar still trembled. In its bark, the scratches had deepened, spreading like cracks in stone. Resin oozed darkly. Not amber but black, dripping like tar. The smell was bitter, chemical, burning the back of my throat. I staggered backward, nearly tripping over my own feet, until the thing let me go. Back at the station, I tried calling the district office, thinking perhaps I could report seismic disturbances or something technical enough to mask my fear. But the phone lines hissed with static, and through the distortion I caught that faint double, layered howl again. I slammed the receiver down and unplugged the whole unit. That night, I sat at the desk with my service pistol, beside me lights on in every corner. I told myself I would not sleep, not risk the dreams again. But fatigue is cruel. My head dipped once, then again, and the next time my eyes opened I was not in the cabin anymore. I was standing in the forest. No flashlight, no truck, just me. The trees towered overhead, branches clawing the sky. The air smelled of tar. My chest vibrated with the sound before I even heard it. When it came, it was softer than usual, almost mournful. The creature stepped into view, and my heart clenched. It looked worse. The skin of its face was stretched paper, thin, veins glowing faintly beneath. Its jawline quivered as though straining against invisible thread. I realized then it was not just howling. It was trying to scream words. The sound was language ground to dust, mangled beyond recognition. The air around it rippled with the effort. I woke with a jolt, sweat pouring. Pistol in hand, though I had no memory of grabbing it. The lights flickered above me. On the desk, the radio, unplugged, silent hours before, buzzed faintly, and through it seeped that broken almost speech. I left the cabin at dawn, unable to stay. The forest no longer felt like assignment, it felt like a trap, I drove until the roads straightened, until the tree line thinned and the sky widened. I told myself I would file for leave, find a hotel, drown myself in crowds and noise, until the silence no longer found me. But when I passed through the first small town, I knew it was too late. The dogs, every single one, from porches to backyards to pickup beds, howled as I drove past. Their mouths opened, but the sound that came out was wrong. Deeper layered, vibrating against my ribs. I pressed harder on the gas, desperate to outrun it. But block after block the howls followed, echoing off houses and storefronts. By the time I cleared the town's edge, my eyes stung with tears. I parked on a turnout overlooking the valley, head pressed against the steering wheel. For the first time in years, I prayed. Not for deliverance, but for explanation. Something to fit the thing into rules I could understand. But only silence answered me, and the silence felt alive. When I finally returned to the cabin, dusk was bleeding into night. I expected the quiet again, but this time the woods buzzed faintly, like the world itself was humming beneath the pitch of human hearing. The cabin door groaned when I pushed it open. The smell hit me first. Tar. Bitter, chemical, wrong. On the floor, seeping from beneath the walls, was black resin like I had seen on the cedar. Thick, slow drips forming dark stains across the wood planks. I backed against the desk, pulse roaring. The resin vibrated. My teeth did too. Then came the howl. Not outside this time. Inside, the walls shook, frames rattling, the lamp crashing to the floor. I clutched my ears, but it did nothing. The sound rose not from a mouth, not even from the air, but from the structure itself. The cabin was screaming. I ran. Out the door, across the gravel, into the forest that no longer welcomed me. My flashlight beam jittered across trunks, catching glimpses of eye-shane too high, too many. The howl followed me, layered and endless, bending through the trees until it felt like the world itself had cracked. Somewhere in that chaos I fell. My knees smashed stone, palms tore against gravel. I lifted my head just in time to see it. The creature, standing above me, its jaw trembled violently. Skin split at the seams though still sealed, veins bursting in sickly light. The howl that poured from it grew sharp, shredding through me until I felt my bones rattle. Its eyes locked on mine, and in them I saw not just reflection but replication. My own face staring back, lips trembling, ready to fuse shut. I screamed then, louder than I thought possible, not from courage but from terror. The sound joined the howl, twining with it until I couldn't tell which belonged to me and which to it. For a heartbeat, the creature stilled. Its body shuddered. The howl faltered. Then, in an instant, it turned and vanished into the trees, the silence collapsing behind it. I lay there long minutes, chest heaving, unsure if I was alive or some echo left in its wake. When I finally staggered to my feet, the forest had changed again. Crickets sang faintly, an owl hooted in the distance, as though life had returned the moment the creature departed. But the reprieve felt false, like a curtain drawn hastily to hide something festering behind. Back in the cabin, I found the resin gone. No stains on the floor, no smell. Only silence, ordinary silence. Not heavy but fragile. I collapsed into the chair, pistol still trembling in my hand, and realized the truth I could not escape. It wasn't the forest that was haunted. It was me. The creature had marked me, drawn me into its howl, made me part of whatever it was. The silence in the woods, the warped dogs, the vibrating trees. They were symptoms. The infection was mine to carry now. I sit here writing this, knowing no report will ever hold the truth. No one will believe a mouthless thing can scream. No one will believe the sound can burrow into bone, into memory, into self. But if anyone finds these pages, know this silence is not safety. The silence means it's listening. And when you hear the howl, when it crawls through your ribs and shakes your teeth loose, pray you can still open your mouth to scream back. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I have spent the better part of my life guiding spelunkers into the cavern systems of Kentucky. People often think of caves as silent tombs of stone, fixed and unchanging, but they are living things. They breathe with the shifting air currents, bleed with dripping water, and move to the steady pulse of geological time. I have always loved that strange duality, a place that feels both eternal and fragile, as if the rock itself remembers secrets that men have long since forgotten. I took pride in my work, not just because it paid the bills, but because it allowed me to show others the underground world that had been my second home since childhood. My family had lived in eastern Kentucky for generations. My father worked the mines, his father before him. And though I never had much desire to follow that path, I grew up with stories of men swallowed by the earth, shafts collapsing without warning, and voices echoing in dark tunnels where no men stood. When I was a boy, I would sneak into small limestone caverns with nothing more than a flashlight and the curiosity of youth, crawling until the walls pressed tight around my shoulders. I never thought of it as frightening. I thought of it as communion. Above ground, I often felt misplaced, a quiet child among rough, loud voices. Underground, the silence welcomed me. That was what led me, as an adult, to train as a cave guide. There are hundreds of mapped caves across the state, some well-traveled tourist attractions, others kept hidden, reserved for more experienced explorers. I learned every hazard: unstable ceilings, narrow squeezes that could trap the careless, sudden drops, and streams that could swell into rivers after a rainstorm. I carried the knowledge like a badge, and when clients put their trust in me, I accepted it with the seriousness of a doctor taking a patient's life in his hands. Most expeditions went without incident. We climbed, we crawled, we marveled at stalactites hanging like teeth and stalagmites rising like ancient monuments. And then we returned to the world above, coated in clay and grinning with the thrill of adventure. But not all caves are meant to be seen. Not all shadows can be explained by lantern light. I learned this on one particular expedition, and the memory has pursued me ever since, like a shape crawling along the edges of my vision. It was a late summer evening when a group of 4 amateur spelunkers hired me to take them into a lesser known system not far from Mammoth Cave National Park. The entrance was narrow, hidden in a hillside choked with brush, a place most hikers would walk past without ever suspecting the vast hollow world beneath. The group consisted of 2 college friends from Louisville, a young married couple, and one middle-aged man who had more confidence than skill. They were enthusiastic, excited to test themselves, and I could feel their nervous energy as we strapped on helmets and checked gear. I gave my usual speech. Safety first, keep within sight of the group, do not panic in tight spaces, and trust me if I say stop. They nodded, though I suspected at least one of them, though I exaggerated the dangers for effect. I have learned that people believe what they want, until the earth reminds them who is master. We descended into the dark, single file. Our headlamps threw beams across the limestone, illuminating passages carved over millennia by water. The air cooled immediately, damp and mineral, rich, smelling of stone and wet soil. We crawled through a low squeeze where the ceiling dipped close enough to scrape helmets, then emerged into a chamber tall as a cathedral, our lights glancing off pale formations that glittered like glass. Their ghasts echoed, and for a while, the cave worked its usual magic. Always easy to find underground. Hours passed in a rhythm of climbing, crouching, and squeezing. I led them down into a deeper passage I had explored a handful of times before. It wasn't marked on tourist maps, but I knew the path, knew where it branched into dead ends and where it opened into hidden beauty. The lantern I carried burned steady, and the beams of our headlamps danced together across walls mottled with centuries of mineral stains. When we reached a narrow ledge above a shallow underground stream, I called for a rest. They dug water bottles and granola bars from packs, laughter bouncing off the stone. Everything seemed ordinary. It was when we started moving again that I saw it. At first, I thought it was a trick of my lamp. The ceiling above us was low, a rough plane of limestone, mottled with shadows from our shifting lights. But then something moved against the stone. Not a bat, not a trickle of water, but a shape that skittered fast, too fast, across the ceiling. My lantern caught it fully for a heartbeat, and I stopped walking. It was human, or rather, it was shaped like one. Arms, legs, a torso, a head. But it was flat, impossibly flat, plastered to ceiling as though its body had no depth at all. A two-dimensional figure crawling on hands and knees, yet its limbs bent in ways that suggested no bone, no muscle. Just darkness, peeled free from some other shadow and moving with its own will. I felt the breath catch in my throat. The clients, absorbed in their own careful steps, hadn't noticed. My instinct screamed to douse the lantern, to let the dark reclaim whatever I had glimpsed. Instead, I raised the light higher, as though challenging it to reveal itself. But the ceiling above me showed only stone, pitted and gray. I told myself I had imagined it. Long hours underground can conjure hallucinations. Shadows dance, stone shifts. Fatigue blurs the line between real and false. I had always prided myself on resisting that kind of fear, but even so, I found myself quickening the pace, eager to reach a larger chamber, where the ceiling rose higher, where shadows would feel less suffocating. The group followed without complaint, though the middle-aged man grumbled at the speed. My mind kept circling back, replaying the sight. A body like living paper crawling against the rock, flat enough to vanish when the light shifted. If it had been no more than illusion, why did I feel as though eyes lingered on me, pressed from the stone itself? In the cathedral-sized chamber we reached next, I called another rest, pretending I wanted to check our bearings. Really, I wanted to steady my hands, which shook as I unrolled the map in the lantern's glow. The others sat, talking, drinking, their voices bouncing strangely in the vast hollow. I kept glancing upward, half expecting to see the shape clinging high in the vaults. But nothing moved. I nearly convinced myself it had been nothing when one of the college boys froze mid-sentence, pointing toward the wall behind me. His eyes were wide, mouth slack. I turned. At first, I saw only the uneven surface of limestone, marked with dark patches. Then one of those patches slid, stretching long across the stone like tar melting. It pulled itself forward, spreading limbs that were only outlines of limbs, arms that scraped along the wall with no sound. It moved in jerks, like a projection skipping frames. The group panicked instantly. Someone screamed, the sound bouncing until it was impossible to know where it came from. The married woman clutched her husband's arm, dragging him backward. The college boy fumbled with his headlamp, as though more light could banish it. But light didn't matter. Wherever our beams struck, the shape clung, blacker than shadow, featureless but somehow intent. I forced calm into my voice, telling them to stay together, to follow me. The urge to run was nearly overwhelming, but caves punish panic. A wrong turn, a fall, a lamp shattered, and survival becomes a question of minutes. I drew them toward a narrow passage I knew would lead upward, away from the stream and back toward shallower chambers. Their breathing echoed like a herd of animals. The shadow moved faster than we did. It slid across the wall, then scuttled to the ceiling, its limbs splaying wide. It looked down at us, or at least I felt it did, though it had no face. My skin prickled, and every instinct told me not to let the light leave it. I kept my lantern raised, arm burning, even as sweat ran cold down my neck. We reached the passage, crawling single file. I went first, leading them upward. Behind me, the group stumbled, cursed, begged me not to stop. Their voices blurred into noise, but beneath it, I heard a new sound, a dragging whisper, like cloth pulled across stone. It followed us. When we finally spilled into a higher chamber, I dared to look back. The narrow tunnel we had just climbed was black as ink, though our lamps shone directly into it, as if something swallowed the light. I didn't wait to see if it emerged. I urged them onward, deeper into passages I had never meant to take, choosing turns by instinct rather than memory. Anything to keep moving, anything to put distance between us and that thing. The earth felt different then, heavier, as if the rock itself bent toward us. Our footsteps thudded unnaturally loud. My lantern sputtered once, though it had oil enough for hours. The married woman began to sob, her voice cracking with hysteria. I wanted to comfort her, but what words could I speak when I myself felt hunted? Even now, as I write this, I struggle to explain it. It wasn't merely seeing a shape where no living thing should crawl. It was the sense that it wasn't bound by the same laws as us, that it came from the flat surfaces where shadows live, a place we glance over every day without thinking. And for the first time in all my years underground, I feared the stone itself might open and swallow me whole, not with collapse, but with hunger. We kept moving, and the shadow kept following. The deeper we pressed into the cavern, the less familiar the paths became. I had promised my clients a controlled exploration, a curated glimpse into an underground world I knew by heart, but that promise had already dissolved into ash. I guided them not by map, nor by experience, but by sheer instinct, choosing passages that bent away from the sound that haunted us, the whispering drag of something too thin, too weightless to be flesh. The married couple lagged behind, the woman whimpering with every uneven step. The middle-aged man, once full of braggadocio, now muttered prayers under his breath, stumbling in terror. The two college boys stayed close to me, eyes darting to every wall and ceiling, as if they expected the shadow to drip down like ink upon us. My lantern trembled in my grip, its light swaying wildly across jagged rock. We entered a passage that narrowed sharply, forcing us to crawl on our bellies. The stone scraped helmets, packs, and elbows as we pulled ourselves forward. The air smelled stale, untouched for centuries, the kind of breathless void that told me few had passed here before. Every shift of weight echoed like a thunderclap in my ears. And behind us, the whisper grew louder. I tried to keep my voice steady. Stay low. Keep moving. Don't look back. But of course, someone looked back. A scream tore through the tunnel, muffled by the tight rock but unmistakable in its raw panic. I twisted as much as I dared. In the light of his headlamp, I saw one of the college boys clawing at the stone. He wasn't screaming because the shadow had touched him. He was screaming because his own shadow had stretched wrong, peeling itself upward, away from the floor, as if it wanted to detach. For a heartbeat, I froze. The human mind rejects what it cannot place in order, and my thoughts buckled. His shadow didn't follow the angle of his lamp. It didn't obey the rules I had trusted since childhood. It bent the wrong way, sharp as broken glass, straining toward the wall, until it seemed almost to lift free. The boy slapped at the stone beneath him, as if pinning himself down could stop it. "Keep moving," I barked, my own panic breaking through. The shadow snapped back into place as though scolded, but the boy's sobs echoed in my ears as we crawled forward. I knew then that whatever followed us was not only outside us, crawling along ceilings and walls. It was in us, in the spaces we cast into darkness, in the outlines we carried like second selves. We burst from the crawl space into a wide corridor sloping downward. The group staggered upright, stretching cramped limbs, gasping for air, like drowning swimmers breaking surface. I lifted the lantern high, trying to banish the trembling in my chest. The chamber ahead was vast, lined with flowstone ridges and columns that looked eerily human in silhouette. Their mineral sheen glowed dully, as though perspiring. We regrouped briefly, but I could not let them rest. To linger was to invite that crawling dark. I urged them forward, my voice sharp, commanding every inch the professional guide I had trained to be. But inside, I was as fragile as they were. My mind kept replaying the boy's shadow, the way it had peeled, as if longing for freedom. Half an hour passed in a haze of movement. We crossed chambers where dripstone water tapped like clock hands, climbed ledges slick with mineral slime, and squeezed through gaps that bruised shoulders and knees. Always the sound followed that whisper, drag, that wrongness in the dark. Sometimes it came from behind, sometimes from above, and once, I swear, directly beneath our feet, as though it crawled in the rock itself. Eventually, exhaustion forced us to stop. I guided them into a recess that offered a semblance of shelter, where the ceiling arched high and the floor leveled into a patch of dry limestone. We sat in silence, save for shallow breaths and the occasional quiet sob. My lantern's flame wavered, casting nervous halos of light. I told them the truth. I don't know where we are. These passages aren't mapped. The married man cursed under his breath. His wife clutched his arm tighter, her knuckles white. The college boys exchanged a look that was equal parts fury and despair. The middle-aged man, his face gray with sweat, whispered, "We should put the lights out. Maybe it won't see us." I shook my head instantly. We keep the lights burning, always. Because I understood something now. It wasn't light that the shadow feared, but attention. When we looked at it, truly looked, it faltered just slightly. When the boy had panicked, his shadow had tried to slip away, and only when he noticed had it snapped back. Awareness was our fragile shield. The moment we grew careless, the moment we let our gaze wander, it would crawl closer. The college boy who had screamed earlier trembled as he spoke. What happens if it gets to us?" I didn't answer, because I had no answer. A sound interrupted us, a faint laugh. High-pitched, childish, impossibly out of place. It floated through the cavern like a voice carried on water. We froze, every lamp beam snapping toward the corridor beyond. The laugh came again, bouncing, distorted, as though it passed through stone before reaching us. The married woman covered her mouth with her hand. "There's someone else down here." "There isn't," I said firmly, though the certainty felt brittle in my throat. No one else should have been this deep, not without gear, not without me. Yet the laugh persisted, always at the edge of hearing, as though mocking our terror. Then the sound changed. It stretched, distorted, until it became something between laughter and a sob, high and low at once, overlapping like two voices. The lantern flame guttered, though no draft stirred. I raised it higher, knuckles white on the handle. From the far wall, a shape detached. At first, it was just a patch of dark, no more remarkable than a deeper shadow. But then it shifted, crawling outward, limbs flattening against the stone, its body clinging like a stain. The laugh, sob sound grew louder, and my stomach turned with the certainty that the noise was not traveling through the air. It was leaking from the shape itself. The group shrieked. One of the boys threw a rock at it, the stone clattering through nothing. The shape did not flinch. It only crawled closer, gliding along the wall in jerking bursts. Its limbs bent wide, stretching, unfolding like paper crumpled and smoothed again. I forced myself to step forward, lantern raised. The flame trembled but held, casting a trembling glow directly onto the thing. For an instant, it stopped, clinging motionless, featureless but unmistakably aware. And then, just as suddenly, it withdrew, sliding back into the rock as if sucked beneath the surface. The wall before me was plain again, rough limestone, empty of life. The silence that followed was unbearable. I turned to the group. We move now. No arguments. We stumbled onward, driven by terror. None of us spoke, save for the occasional broken whisper. I counted each step, each breath, each heartbeat, because if I stopped focusing on rhythm, my mind would splinter. But caves have a way of turning themselves inside out. Passages loop where they should not, chambers repeat, directions shift. I began to recognize formations we had already passed. A column shaped like a leaning figure. A patch of flowstone streaked dark as rust. We were circling, caught in some unnatural loop. The realization hit me like a hammer. The cave itself was turning against us. Or worse, it was being bent around us. By it. The boy whose shadow had peeled began muttering. "It wants us lost. It wants us lost." His voice cracked into laughter, and the sound was too much like the echo we had heard. His friend shook him, begged him to stop, but the laughter spilled on, high and hysterical. I seized him by the shoulders. "Look at me. Focus. You're still here. You're not gone." For a heartbeat, his eyes cleared and the laughter died. But then his face slackened, and he whispered, "It's behind you." I spun. The wall at my back stretched with darkness. A hand, flat, black, bondless, pressed outward, fingers lengthening like cracks. The lantern's glow dimmed as if swallowed, and the air chilled. "Run," I shouted. And this time I didn't care about formations, about maps, about safety. We bolted into the passage ahead, scraping shoulders against stone, stumbling, gasping, driven by animal fear. Behind us, the hand withdrew, but the whisper followed, endless, patient. Hours blurred. Time lost meaning. I no longer knew if we had been underground for 1 day or 3. Hunger gnawed, thirst burned, muscles ached. But terror drove us on. Always, always, I felt eyes that were not eyes crawling over me, measuring the shape of my shadow. When at last we collapsed in another cavern, I could barely hold the lantern. Its flame sputtered, low and weak, our only fragile tether to reality. The group huddled around me, hollow-eyed, trembling. I knew then that we could not last much longer. And worse, I realized the shadow wasn't merely following. It was learning us, each of us, waiting for the moment we faltered. I forced my breathing into a steadier rhythm and made the decision I should have made an hour earlier. We needed rules. Caves swallow people who wander without rules. The thing following us thrived on our panic and on the places we forgot to look. If attention was the only shield we had, then we would braid our attention together until it held like rope. "Listen to me," I said, my voice raw. "We make a circle. Every person watches another person's shadow. Say what you see. If anything pulls, if anything stretches, you shout. No one looks away without warning the rest. We'll move together like that. We become each other's eyes." The married man almost laughed, a hollow bark, but he nodded. The two college boys wiped their faces with shaking hands. The middle-aged man swallowed and whispered, "My name is Charles. If it takes me, say my name." I hadn't known his name before. It felt like an anchor dropped into black water. We formed a ragged ring and lifted our headlamps, angling them so that each of us cast a short, visible shadow onto the smoothest nearby floor we could find. I placed the lantern in the ring's center, low to keep shadows small and overlapping. The cave turned the light into a confused spiderweb. It wasn't perfect. There are no perfect lights underground, but it was enough that our silhouettes clung to our boots like loyal dogs. We began to move. Step, breathe, speak. Your shadow's normal. Yours too. Left. Left. There's a ledge. Watch your step. We named each other with every few paces. Charles, Megan, Louis, Sam, Hannah, Patrick. Names like stakes hammered into the dark. When our voices faltered, the whispering drag rose. So we kept talking even when our throats burned, small, nothing sentences, threaded with our names. The cave fought back with repetition. We passed a curtain of flowstone, like frozen candle wax, and then passed it again from a new angle. Though I knew we had not turned in a circle, the air changed direction against my cheeks, as if the earth had shifted its breath. At the edge of my vision, a slick blackness kept pace with our ring, crawling sideways, smearing itself thin whenever a beam touched it. Something is tugging. Hannah gasped. We all swung our lights at once. Her shadow had thinned around the ankles, hairline gaps opening as if an invisible hand were pinching it free. I stepped closer, my lantern almost against her boots, and said her name in a steady voice. The others said it too, a pulse. Hannah. Hannah. The gaps sealed like cuts closing. The smear on the wall folded back, a paper creature denying it had moved at all. We marched, nauseous with fear. The whisper became a child's giggle, then a choked weeping, then the wind through dead leaves. Every human sound, wrong by a fraction. My lantern was down to a low flame. Oil sloshed thin at the bottom. My brain tracked that fact the way a drowning man tracks the last bubbles. Counting, counting. The floor sloped. A draft kissed my face from ahead and right. Drafts mean exits, shafts, chimneys. Something leading toward the surface. This way, I said. Feel the air. Good. Keep the ring, names. I stumbled once and my beam veered, The smear lunged. 4 voices snapped my name at once and yanked me back to myself. The thing withdrew, patient as mold. We entered a chamber that took my breath. The ceiling soared away, lost to our lamps, and the floor slicked into a wide, shallow basin full of still water, black as hematite. Calcite crystals along the far wall threw back a tired, milky sparkle. The draft came from here. Cool, faint, promising. Water, Louis said. Hope and worry braided together. I knelt and stared at the pool. Even in the lantern glow it reflected, a perfect dark mirror. Shadows scattered on water. If we moved into it, ripples would break our silhouettes to pieces. Edges would blur, lines would shiver. I didn't know if that would help or murder us. Stay on the shore, I said, and then I contradicted myself. No. Into the water, slow. Keep lights high. Watch each other's reflections instead of the ground shadows. If it rides surfaces, make it ride a surface that moves. We stepped in boots slicing cold up to the shins. The first ripples were small. Then the basin answered with low, metallic rings that traveled and collided, turning our reflections into feverish doubles. The sound was hushed and enormous. Your reflection's good, Sam said, voice trembling. Mine looks drunk. Say each other's names. I insisted, and we did, breath-fogging pale under our headlamps. Halfway across, the pool darkened as if a cloud had crossed a sun that did not exist. The water's surface blackened in an irregular spreading shape. Our reflections bled into it, losing heads, losing hands. The married man swore. Something brushed my shin. Not pressure, exactly, but the negation of pressure, like the absence of a hand that should have been there. Hold steady, I said. Steady. Hannah, say my name. Patrick, she whispered, then stronger, Patrick. Patrick. The smear on the water wrinkled at the edges where our ripples wove through it. It didn't like motion. It didn't like being unable to hold the same shape from one breath to the next. I sloshed my boot deliberately, sending heavy waves through the dark patch. It thinned and streaked, trying to maintain itself, and failed, sliding back toward the stone like oil-denied purchase. We stumbled out of the pool onto a scalloped shelf. The draft was stronger here, a clean, dusty thread. I raised the lantern. Above, the seeing pinched into a jagged throat a chimney. The kind of vertical crawl that rakes skin and steals packs but bleeds air from the surface. Hope hurt worse than fear. We climb, I said. One at a time. Ring loosens but doesn't break. When a person climbs, the rest pin their shadow until the angle changes. Then move to pin their reflection on your lamps. Keep names going. My mind was calculating, building a shoddy bridge of tactics over a chasm of uncertainty. I'll go first, Charles said, surprising me. He met my eye. Say my name. If I stop hearing it, I'll think I'm dead already. We shoved the lantern into a nook where its light would catch as much of the chimney as possible, then braced our boots and hands. Charles started up, a careful, grunting ascent. Charles, we said, a pulse. Charles, when his feet left the shelf. His ground shadow vanished, and for a heartbeat, he didn't exist except as a moving silhouette on our lamps, and a quiver of dust against black limestone. The smear gathered below him like a patient tide. We shouted his name hard enough to tear our throats. He reached a ledge and hissed. Hair. Next, one after another we climbed. Louis, Hannah, Megan. Each ascent took something from us. Skin from knuckles, breath from lungs, words from throats. Each time the smear reached, we tethered a person with their name as if it were rope. Halfway up myself, the lantern guttered. For a second the flame burned, blew a tiny planet made of fuel, and then it died. Darkness ate the chamber except for our headlamps' shaky cones. "It's okay," I lied. "Keep your beams on the climber." Names. I cleared the lip and hauled the last of them onto the ledge. The chimney continued above, tighter, meaner, and the draft kissed sweat from my face. I listened. The whisper had gone quiet. That didn't comfort me. It had the terrible hush of a predator near enough to taste. "Charles," I said, because silence was the same as surrender. "Charles, I'm here," he answered, his voice newly steady. He squeezed my shoulder once. "Thank you." We climbed again, a second throat, then a third. The rock changed subtly from calcite slick to gritty limestone crumb. Once, a tiny shower of pebbles fell from above, with the delicate music of glass beads, and I realized we were near a breakdown dome. Old collapse. Collapses can mean access. They also mean teeth. "Smell that?" I asked. The air had thinned into a flavor: leaf mold, faint rain, the metallic breath of outside. "We're close." "Please," Megan whispered, a prayer wrapped in a word. We reached a final pinch, a slot too tight for packs. We stripped them, shoved them through ahead to whoever could reach, then exhaled everything and slid. Skin screamed against rock. The smear made its last play, so close that my lamp found it only as a deepness in the dark, an absence of reflection. It pressed in from both sides like hunger. Names, names, names. Mine in other mouths, others in mine, until the slot spat me into a vertical crack, glimmering with the suggestion of light higher still. Then, at last, an impossible coin of gray high above. Not sunlight exactly, but daylight filtered through brush, through soil, through the earth's skin. We moved toward it like rivers move toward gravity. Charles went first again, panting and cursing with rhythm. He reached and wedged and reached, and then he laughed. A clean sound this time. "Wind," he said. "Real wind." He tugged himself through an oval ragged as a bite mark and vanished. I sent the others one by one. Each time a body slipped out, the crack widened. Fresh air reached us in honest breaths, and with it came a private terror. I could feel the smear withdrawing. Not in defeat, but in patience, like a spider unbothered by flies escaping the web because the web remains. I climbed last. The crack narrowed around my ribs, rock pressed my temples. At the edges of my vision, something thin and black rose from the walls and laid itself along my flanks. It wasn't pushing. It was aligning, as if trying me on. I felt it in my own shape, the way my arm's shadow tugged a heartbeat out of time with my arm. My headlamp's beam caught nothing. That was how I knew it was there. "Patrick," Hannah said above, voice breaking with urgency. "Patrick, Patrick, Patrick, Patrick." Charles barked, a drill sergeant of salvation. "Move, son." I moved. I put my forearm into a crack and pulled until muscles screamed. Something in my shoulder popped, and hot needles shot down my fingers. The smear clung tighter, not heavy, but adhesive, as if memory itself had hands. I thought of the first cave I'd ever crawled as a boy. The candy. Wrapper crackle of spelunking magazines, my father's stories about men whose names stuck to rock after their bodies were gone. I told myself my own name. Not out loud, but the way you repeat the number that opens a lock. My chest cleared the rim. Hands seized my harness and dragged me out into vines, into dirt, into a world made of angles that light could occupy without apology. The smear peeled with a sound too soft to be a sound, and I rolled onto my back, staring at a sky so pale it looked like washed stone. We were in a sinkhole, maybe 70 feet across, with walls choked in sumac and young beech. Dawn had smeared the clouds into thin milk. Birds were waking. The married couple clung together on their knees, sobbing with the strange restraint of people who haven't decided if they're safe. The boys sat with their backs to a log, eyes open and empty. Charles stood over me like a guard, chest heaving. "We're not done," I said, and hated the truth of it. "We still have to walk out. We mark a bearing. We keep the chain. We do not look behind us." We found a game trail and followed it out of the sink line, then another that led to an old logging road. Civilization isn't a smell, but when it arrived I recognized it. The sour iron of old fence wire, the sharp sweet stink of human trash, the straightness of cut ditches. We reached my truck 5 hours later, sun high enough to make honest hard shadows at our feet. No one spoke on the drive to the ranger station. No one asked about missing time. The radio hissed once and said nothing intelligible. At the station I reported what I could bear to say. A lost route. A turned ankle that was not, in fact, turned. Panic. A malfunctioning lantern. I did not mention that for a moment Hannah's shadow had unthreaded at the ankles. I did not say Charles's name enough to feel it anchor in my mouth. I did not admit we had left something behind us that wasn't gear. An incident review led to a cautious suggestion: return with a team properly equipped to map the passage where we'd gotten confused. I agreed, because refusing would make it a story to joke about on slow days. We went back 3 weeks later. New lanterns, extra carbide, backup batteries. Enough line to stitch the cave shut. We found the pool. We found the chimney. We found scrape marks I knew as mine. We did not find the chamber, where the smear had pressed a hand out of the wall. Geology is stubborn. So is whatever lives in what we're willing to ignore. On a smooth slab near the pool, someone found a stain. Manganese oxide does strange things in limestone country. Black fern, like dendrites, silhouettes of leaves that were never there. This was not a fern. It was the flat, perfect outline of a man on his knees, head tipped back, mouth open. The geologist on the team shrugged. Looks like art. Nature does that. He scraped it with a knife. The blackness did not flake. It looked not painted but grown. Charles was not with us on that second trip. He had sent a note to the group a week after our escape that said only, "I like the sun." I called him twice. He didn't answer. I haven't pressed him. When a man tells you he likes the sun, let him have it. I didn't guide for a month. When I returned to work, I kept my rotes shallow and polite. Tourists asked about bats and stalactites, about rivers that flow backward underground, about the difference between stalactites and stalagmites. I smiled and told them the things a guide should tell. At the end of each tour, while they trailed out into the parking lot chatter, I lingered in the mouth of the cave, letting my eyes adjust to the wash where light and darkness blend. I made myself look down at my own shadow and name it Patrick, Patrick, Patrick. At home, sometimes, the bathroom mirror holds a smidge that vanishes when I turn my head. On sidewalks at noon, my shadow is crisp. At dusk, it thins, cleverer than it should be. When I wake at night, I stare at the place my darkness gathers on the ceiling, and it feels, only for a moment, like it gathers itself back, as if it had been out walking. I keep a small lamp on by the bed. Not because I think light will save me, but because attention is a kind of rope. and I am still learning how to tie knots in the dark. I do not guide to that cave anymore. It does not need me to. It knows the way out. My name is Anita Clark, and I have always proved myself to be a practical woman. I was raised in a family where superstition was considered weakness, where logic was praised above instinct, and where stories of ghosts and monsters were brushed aside as foolishness. I grew up in the Midwest, in a quiet town of farmers and mill workers, where entertainment came not from movies or books, but from listening to the sound of wind rushing through cornfields or the slow, steady creak of barns on summer nights. That upbringing taught me to keep my head level and my feet steady on the ground. Yet what happened to me one damp spring evening in a swamp preserve not far from my own home has shaken that foundation of certainty more than I can ever admit aloud. The trail I was hiking that day wasn't particularly remote, though it had the sort of atmosphere that seemed designed to convince hikers they were far deeper in the wilderness than they really were. Officially, it was called the Willow Marsh Trail, though everyone in town just called it the Swamp Path. It meandered for a few winding miles through lowland forest, cattail marsh, and patches of stagnant water shaded by overhanging trees. Willows were everywhere, their drooping branches tangling together like curtains of green silk. Beneath their shelter, the air was heavy, and the ground never felt completely solid, as if even the earth itself was slowly sinking into the black water beneath. I had gone there alone. I often hiked alone. It was something of a refuge for me, a place to let my mind sort itself out. At the time, I had been enduring the usual frustrations of work and family, and a long walk through damp air and muddy ground seemed more appealing than staring at a screen or listening to voices drone on in the background of my life. I remember the sky was a pale gray, washed out and dull, but the humidity wrapped around me like a blanket. It carried the scent of waterlogged leaves and moss. I had packed nothing more than a small bottle of water, a pocket knife, and my phone, which struggled for a signal in those woods. The trail was quiet, quieter than usual, with only the faint trickle of frogs and the rustle of unseen wings breaking the stillness. The hush was almost reverent, as though the swamp itself demanded silence. I moved carefully, mindful of the way the wooden boardwalk creaked beneath my weight, where it crossed the softer patches of ground. My boots sank slightly in the mud when the planks ended, and dragonflies drifted past my face in slow spirals. It was somewhere along the second mile that I first heard the laughter. At first I thought it was a bird call, a high and lilting sound that carried strangely across the stagnant pools. But then it repeated, followed by another, and then another, and I realized with a chill that it was unmistakably human. Children's laughter. It didn't belong in that place, at that time of day, in that oppressive silence. I stopped walking, craning my head toward the willows clustered near the bend ahead. Their boughs dipped low, sweeping the water in long arcs. For several moments I heard nothing. Then the laughter rose again, soft and playful, echoing through the trees. I remember the prickling on my arms, the way my skin seemed to tighten as though it knew something before my mind would allow it. I told myself it was probably a family. Kids could easily run ahead of their parents, and the trail wasn't exactly empty, even on gray days. But the laughter didn't fade or draw closer. It lingered in place, repeating, weaving with the rustle of the willow leaves. I pressed forward, feeling both curious and cautious, as though my body wanted to know and escape at the same time. When I rounded the bend, the sight before me froze me mid-step. Beneath the willows, half hidden by their drooping branches, stood a small group of children. 3, perhaps 4 of them, gathered near the water's edge, where the mud slicked into dark pools. Their clothes were plain and indistinct, muted browns and grays that seemed oddly suited to the swamp. They were playing some game, chasing one another in slow circles, their giggles fluttering like dragonflies. For one moment, it looked so ordinary that I almost laughed at myself for the dread that had seized me. Then I noticed their arms. The limbs of those children were too long, dangling down past their knees. As they ran and swayed, their arms swung like pendulums, fingers brushing the surface of the water with each step. Their movements were unhurried, almost graceful. But there was something wrong in the proportions, the way the bones bent slightly too far, the joints too loose. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat, and then one of them turned toward me. The child's face was pale, almost gray, with eyes too large for its skull. It smiled. But where teeth should have been, there was bark, jagged strips of willow bark pressed together, splintered and uneven. I took an involuntary step back, the wooden board beneath my feet groaning loudly. The sound seemed to ripple through the air. Every one of the children stopped moving at once. Their laughter cut off like a string snapped in half. 4 pairs of those oversized eyes swung toward me, unblinking. I cannot describe the weight of that gaze, except to say that it felt like being pulled downward, as though the swamp itself had grown hands and wrapped them around my chest. For a long moment, no one moved. Then, as though guided by some silent signal, the children turned in unison and slipped back, through the curtain of willow branches, vanishing into the green shadows beyond. The surface of the water rippled, though I heard no splash. I stood trembling, caught between the urge to run back the way I had come, and the strange, dizzying compulsion to follow. My rational mind fought to anchor itself, to tell me I had seen nothing more than illusions of light, a trick of fatigue, perhaps local children playing a prank. But deep inside, some older instinct, some primal warning, told me that what I had witnessed was not of this world. Still, I forced myself to step forward. My boots squelched in the mud as I pushed through the willow branches. The air beneath them was cooler, damp with a smell like rotting wood. But there was no one there. No children, no sign of disturbance, only the quiet sway of the willow boughs and the black sheen of water. I should have left then. I should have turned around and put as much distance as possible between myself and that place. But something in me resisted. Perhaps it was pride or curiosity, or the stubborn refusal to admit fear. I lingered, scanning the ground for footprints, listening for another laugh, waiting for movement. The silence pressed down heavier than before, so thick it rang in my ears. When my phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket, I nearly screamed. My hands shook as I pulled it free, but there was no message, no call, only a single notification. Though I had no signal at all. The screen displayed a single word, "Stay Y." The letters glowed against the cracked glass. I blinked, heart hammering, and when I looked again, the screen was blank. No notifications. Nothing. I stuffed the phone back into my pocket and stumbled backward, the willow branches brushing my face like cold fingers. The rest of the trail stretched ahead, leading deeper into the swamp. Behind me, the way back to the parking lot looked unbearably far. I stood there, caught in paralysis, listening to the creak of the boardwalk, the whisper of the trees, the distant, faintest sound of laughter that might have only existed in my memory. I do not remember making the choice, but I began to walk forward, deeper into the swamp. Each step felt weighted, deliberate, as though the mud itself demanded tribute. I tried to keep my breathing steady, to remind myself of who I was, of the solid ground of reason and the foolishness of fear. But reason was losing its grip. As the willows closed in thicker on either side, their drooping branches formed a kind of tunnel around me. Shadows shifted within them. Sometimes I thought I saw a pale hand slip between the leaves, or a face watching, but when I turned my head, there was nothing. Only the steady sound of water dripping, the occasional croak of a frog, the low whisper of wind. That might have been words I couldn't quite hear. I began to realize that I was no longer alone on the trail. The realization came slowly, like waking into a nightmare that was already in progress. At first it was only the sense of weight behind me, the prickling at the base of my skull that insisted I was being watched. I tried to ignore it, told myself it was nothing more than nerves. But the sound followed. The soft drag of something brushing against wood, the subtle creak that echoed mine too closely to be coincidence. I froze mid-step, straining my ears, and the swamp seemed to hold its breath with me. When I turned, there was nothing. The boardwalk stretched empty, gray and damp, the willows swaying with no more menace than the steady sigh of wind. But I knew. In the marrow of my bones, I knew. Something was there. I pushed forward, faster this time, boots squelching in mud when the wooden planks gave way to softer ground. The branches closed tighter around me, their tips dragging across my jacket like fingers. At times, they tangled in my hair, pulling strands so subtly I thought for a moment they might have been hands. The path wound in spirals, each bend promising a glimpse of open sky or dry land, yet delivering only more swamp, more shadows, more willows whose bark seemed etched with faces if I dared look too long. That was when I began to hear the voices. Not laughter this time, but whispers, faint, overlapping, childlike in their cadence. The words were indistinct, the syllables sliding together like water over stones. They came from all directions at once, carried by the swamp air, seeping from the bark of the trees themselves. When I slowed, the whispers seemed to lean closer, brushing the edge of my hearing, urging me forward. When I sped up, they rose in pitch, their tones sharper, as if mocking me. I tried to call out once, to demand who was there, to break the illusion. My own voice cracked in the damp air, small and unconvincing. The whispers paused for only a moment, then returned, louder now as though emboldened by my weakness. The path sloped downward, and I realized I was walking deeper into a basin where the water pooled thick and black on either side. The air grew colder, despite the heaviness of the humidity, and my breath clouded faintly before me. It was then I saw them again, the willow children. They stood just ahead, half submerged in the water to my left. Their long arms dangled, fingertips grazing the surface in slow arcs. Their faces were pale in the dim light, their bark, toothed mouths hanging slightly open, as if caught mid-breath. This time there were more of them, 7, perhaps 8, though the branches shifted so strangely that it was impossible to count. They did not move as ordinary children would. Instead, they swayed with the rhythm of the willows above them, their bodies moving in uncanny unison with the trees. I should have turned back. I should have run, but something in me, curiosity, fear, a pull I could not resist, kept me walking. Their eyes followed me, huge and unblinking, but they did not step closer. They only swayed, like pendulums, like marionettes tethered to unseen strings. I reached another boardwalk, this one narrower, the planks warped and soft beneath my boots. As I stepped onto it, I heard the water shift behind me. Glancing back, I saw the willow children sliding closer to the path, their feet not breaking the surface, as though they glided rather than walked. Their reflections were absent from the water. Only the ripples betrayed their presence. The whispers rose again, closer now, urgent. They pressed against my ears until I wanted to claw at my head just to silence them. My pace quickened into a half-run, my breath sharp in my chest. Each step made the planks bow and creak, the swamp ready to swallow me whole if they broke. Halfway across, I stumbled. One foot crashed through a rotted board, plunging into icy water below. I gasped, jerking myself free, splinters raking across my shin. The water was shockingly cold, numbing in an instant, and something brushed against my leg beneath the surface. Not a fish, not a branch, something soft and thin, like the trailing fingers of a hand. I yanked myself upright, dragging my leg free, and when I glanced down, I saw pale arms reaching from the water, impossibly long, their hands stretching toward me. I bolted. My boots hammered the remaining planks, each step threatening collapse, until at last I stumbled onto firmer ground. I didn't dare stop, though the whispers were louder than ever, the laughter weaving through them again in short bursts that scraped at my nerves. The trail led upward now, rising onto a small ridge where the willows thinned. For one moment, I thought I'd escaped. The air was clearer, the ground more solid beneath my boots and through the break in the trees. I glimpsed open sky tinted with the last light of day. That was when I heard the song. It was faint, almost sweet, drifting through the trees like a lullaby. A child's voice, high and soft, humming a tune I almost recognized but couldn't place. It pulled at me, the way music drifts through dreams, inviting me deeper, even as every rational part of my brain screamed at me to run. Against my will, I found myself stepping off the trail, moving toward the sound. The ground sloped again, leading into a hollow ringed by willows whose branches tangled together so tightly they formed a dome overhead. Inside the hollow, the air was darker, thicker. The smell of rot and damp bark clung to my lungs. And there they were, a circle of willow children, standing knee deep in the muck, their long arms brushing one another's hands as they swayed. In their center rose the trunk of a massive willow, its bark split wide like a mouth. The song came from there, I realized, from the tree itself, its hollow core breathing sound as though alive. The children turned their heads toward me as one. Their bark-toothed smiles stretched wider, splinters cracking at the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were black now, pits that seemed to drink in the dim light. I wanted to back away, but my body betrayed me. My feet sank into the muck with every attempt to step back, the ground clinging as though the swamp wanted to hold me there. My heart hammered. My throat burned with the scream I couldn't release. Then one of them moved. It stepped free of the circle, gliding across the muck toward me. Its arms swayed unnaturally, joints bending backward with each motion. When it was close enough to touch, it raised its hand. Not to strike, not to claw, but to beckon. The bark teeth clattered as it whispered a single word that seemed to echo inside my skull. Stay. the same word I had seen on my phone. I stumbled backward, wrenching my boots free of the sucking mud, and turned to flee. The circle behind me broke, the children sliding after me in eerie silence, their bodies weaving with the willows so that it was impossible to tell where one ended and the other began. I ran, crashing through branches that clawed at my face, my legs burning as I forced them to move faster than I thought possible. The trail blurred, bends and boardwalks and patches of mud flashing past in fragments I barely registered. All the while, the whispers chased me, growing sharper, turning from words into cries, into the high-pitched wails of children screaming just behind my ears. I burst back onto the ridge where the sky opened, gasping, tears streaming down my cheeks. The whispers faded, but the laughter lingered faintly, echoing through the swamp like a memory that refused to die. I didn't stop moving until I saw the glint of my car through the trees, parked at the trailhead. By the time I stumbled into the lot, mud-streaked and shaking, the swamp behind me had fallen silent again. But I knew, even as I slammed the door shut and locked it with trembling hands, that silence was not safety. The willow children had seen me. They had called to me, and part of me, against my will, had answered. I sat in the car with my hands locked around the steering wheel until the tendons ached. The lot was empty except for my sedan and a pickup with a county sticker that I didn't remember seeing when I arrived. I told myself a ranger must be out on patrol. I told myself a dozen calm lies and then started the engine. On the drive back to town, the road unspooled in a straight gray ribbon, flanked by ditches that held shallow water like open eyes. The radio insisted there was no signal, but the speakers hummed anyway, a faint thread of sound that wasn't static and wasn't music. It was the lullaby from the hollow willow, stripped of notes until only pulse remained. I jabbed the power button and the hum cut off, but in the silence I could still hear it, as if the car itself had remembered the tune. A branch had snagged on my wiper somewhere and ticked the glass in time with my heartbeat. Tick, tick, tick. When I pulled into my driveway, I got out to rip it free and saw it wasn't a branch at all but a willow switch, green and supple, wound once around the arm and tied neatly in a simple knot. I hadn't tied it. My hands shook so badly that I fumbled it twice before yanking it off. The switch left a pale stripe of sap on the windshield, like a finger drawn through dust. The smell rose warm and sweet. Wet bark, crushed leaf, and my stomach lurched. I dropped the switch in the garbage bin on instinct and went inside, locking the door even though the sun was still up. A sensible person, a practical woman, might have called someone then. The police, a friend, anyone. I didn't. I went straight to the bathroom and ran the shower hot, because the swamp chill had soaked me to the bone, and I needed noise that belonged to me. Steam thickened the room and wreathed the mirror. I leaned over the sink to scrub mud out of the scrape on my shin where the board had given way, and I saw a sliver of bark stuck in the wound, as cleanly fitted as a tiny splint. When I tugged it free, it came reluctantly, releasing with a whisper that made my teeth ache. Another sliver waited beneath it, darker, as if my skin had tried to grow over it in an hour. I removed that one too and watched a thin line of blood curve down toward my ankle. I flushed the slivers without letting them touch my fingers. They spun in the water like fish and vanished. That night, I slept badly. Every time I fell into dreams, I felt the boardwalk flex underfoot. I woke with my heart pounding and the taste of wood in my mouth. dry and a little sweet, as if I had chewed a pencil in childhood and never quite stopped. The house groaned as all houses do, but in the quiet between each groan, I heard the soft drag of something along wood, as if small hands traced the baseboards room by room. Just after 3, my phone lit the room from the nightstand. I didn't hear it ring. I didn't feel it vibrate. The glow simply arrived. I knew before. I looked what the screen would show, and still I picked it up, because people always touch the hot stove twice. The word was there again, bright and patient. Sty. I powered the phone off. The glow took a heartbeat longer than it should have to vanish, as if the device had to consult a second authority about whether to obey. The next morning, sunlight fell through the kitchen window, in clean rectangles that made the world seem manageable. I made coffee. I stood barefoot on tile and told myself the swamp was far away. When the machine finished with an exhausted sigh, I took my first sip and found a flake of bark at the bottom of the mug. It stuck to my lip, paper, thin and ridged. I spat it into the sink and turned the water on high, then set the mug aside. Because that is how you pretend things are normal. You make a small, neat pile of the impossible and work around it. At noon, work called. I lied and said I felt unwell, which was true in every way except the one they meant. In the afternoon, I drove to the library, where the air smelled like old paper and safe decisions. I told myself I was curious. That word is always kinder on the tongue than afraid. The local history section collected our town's tragedies in tidy spines: floods, fires, a winter where the river froze, and a spring where it refused to. I read about a schoolhouse struck by lightning and a family whose well turned bitter overnight. I found one paragraph about the swamp, printed in a pamphlet about conservation, efforts and disasters avoided. Please respect the willows along the low boardwalk. Their root nets protect the banks. Do not cut switches. Do not take bark. Do not leave ribbon or cloth. The pamphlet didn't explain why those rules existed. It didn't need to. I could hear the explanation in the spaces between the words. On my way out, the librarian, a woman with a braid as thick as a rope, asked whether I'd found what I needed. I told her I had. Another small lie, and she said, "You should speak to Mr. Kincaid if you're interested in the old stories. He keeps a map in his head." She wrote an address on a slip of paper. I drove there without deciding to, because some decisions are gravity, not choice. Mr. Kincaid lived in a yellow house whose porch listed slightly toward a pair of river birches. He was the age where faces become maps: 2 furrows, sunspots, a cataract like a pebble in one eye. He listened while I stumbled through a version of the swamp that made me sound like a respectful visitor to the oddities of ecosystems. When I finished, he nodded once as if I delivered a weather report that matched what his bones already knew. "They graft," he said. "I'm sorry. The willows. The grove down there isn't like others. Folks plant willows to hold riverbanks. Those ones hold more than banks. They graft what they love. That's what the old people said when somebody leaves ribbon or cloth." He tapped the pamphlet I hadn't shown him. "The trees keep it. Roots are hands if you know how to look." I told myself I wouldn't ask the next question. I asked it anyway. "What about children?" He looked at his birches as if asking permission. "There was a fever once. A long time back. You can read the names in the churchyard. Some families didn't bring the bodies up because the ground was flooded. They took them to the high willow ring till the water dropped. That was the story. The ring kept them. Not the bodies. The shape. What a place remembers. He must have seen something on my face then. Some stiff reflection of the ring and the song. He reached under his chair and brought up a tin that might once have held cookies. When he opened it, it held a clean, sifting smell like rain. "You don't break trees with force," he said. "You ask. Smoke is a way of asking. Take this if you go again." "I'm not going again," I said. My hands were already closing around the tin. He nodded once, because people also always touch the hot stove a third time, just to be sure. I didn't go that day. I tried to be ordinary. I watered my 2 thorny houseplants. I answered 3 work emails with perfect composure and syntax. At dusk, I took the garbage bin to the curb. The lid lifted easily in my hand. The willow switch I had thrown away that first evening lay on top, as green as if the bin had been a vase. It had wrapped itself into a circle, not a knot now, but a careful hoop, the size of a child's crown. "Stay," someone whispered behind me. I turned so fast my neck hurt. The sidewalk was empty. The whisper remained in the air anyway, a pressure more than a sound. I could have pretended there was a choice. I could have pretended this was bravery. It was neither. It was gravity again. I took the tin, a lighter, a bottle of water, and the hoop, and I drove back to the swamp with the windows down, so the evening air could thin whatever I was becoming. The lot was empty this time. No county pickup, no birdsong. The first boards of the trail accepted my weight with a creak I felt in my teeth. The willows held their breath the way they had when laughter first carried across the pools. I opened the tin and smelled the earth. Rich bite of dried herbs, the clean resin of something like pine. I didn't know what any of it was. I knew how to burn things, though. That is a skill our species never forgets. I walked without hurrying. The swamp punishes hurry. Shadows slid where they should not have been able to slide. Pale faces peered through the green like sun under ice. I did not look long at any of them. When the narrow boardwalk came, the one that had broken under me, I tested each plank with my heel and moved to the next, careful, patient. Twice I felt something touch my ankle under the wood. Twice I lifted my foot and set it down again, refusing the flinch. When I reached the ridge, I paused to breathe, and the lullaby rose through the trees exactly as before. The hollow willow sang the way a throat sings, by being empty. I followed the music to the low ring where the branches knit into a ceiling. The ground gave an inch with each step. They were waiting. Of course they were. The willow children stood in a wide half circle, water around their calves, arms long and loose at their sides. Their eyes were the dark of ponds at night. Their bark teeth glinted like wet stone. The hoop in my hand felt suddenly heavier, as if it had noticed that it was home. I lifted the tin and clicked the lighter. A small wick caught and flared and settled. Sweet smoke wound upward, unsure and then sure, coiling through the ring like a new vine. The children swayed. The song dipped. I whispered. Not words at first, but the rhythm the swamp had taught me is steady. Low pulse to match the car hum, the boardwalk creak, the slow pull of roots through dirt. I took something, I said finally. I am returning it. I am not yours. The wind shifted, or something like wind. The smoke drifted toward the hollow tree. Inside the split, the darkness seemed to breathe. The hoop tugged against my fingers very gently, like a polite child insisting on a direction. I laid it at the base of the trunk. I did not kneel. I would not give them my knees. The hoop settled in the wet with a sound like a sigh. The lullaby faltered again. Above me, leaves trembled in a circle, although none of the other trees stirred. The nearest child stepped forward. Its arms swung in that wrong, pendulum grace. It reached for me without hurry. I stood my ground because I suspected some treaties are written in posture rather than ink. Its hand, when it touched my wrist, was colder than swamp water and lighter than any hand should be. It smelled like crushed willow. It left a line. Not a scratch, not a bruise. A line of green beneath the skin, a thread no thicker than a hair. I stared as it crept toward my palm and branched, the way streams branch across maps. No, I said, and the word had weight because the smoke was with it. No. The child lifted its hand. The line stopped. The others swayed in place, watching with that unwavering attention that knows only the object before it. I kept my voice level and formal, the way I introduced myself to the world at the office, at the bank, in every room where names are armor. My name is Anita Clark, I said, and the ring listened. I am returning what I took. I will not stay. I will remember. At that last word, the hollow willow answered. The song changed key, if a tree can change key. It felt like breath after a long-held note. The smoke curled and thinned. The children let their arms drop a fraction. A truce, or an indulgence, or something older than both. I backed away one careful step, and then another, keeping my eyes on them. Because I suspected that turning my back would break the thread in the wrong direction. When I reached the ridge, the song had softened to almost a murmur. By the time I found the narrow boardwalk again, it was only the memory of a song, which is sometimes stronger than the thing itself but easier to bear. I didn't run. I walked out the way I had come, the smoke tin warm in my hand, the green thread under my skin cool as a river stone. The lot was still empty. The sky had gone the color of the underside of a leaf. When I started the car, the radio was simply off. The engine's hum was only an engine's hum. I drove home with the windows open and didn't look in the rearview mirror until I crossed the town line. In the days that followed, the house remembered how to be a house. No whispers at baseboards. No glow from the nightstand. The mugs held only coffee. I slept. I went back to work. In meetings, I felt the room tilt once or twice. No more than a breath, and steadied myself with a hand flat on the table. No one noticed. The line on my wrist remained. A doctor would have called it a vein and asked why I'd never seen it before. If I pressed it, faint leaflets spread under the skin, the way frost flowers across glass. When I held my arm up to the window, the line greened. I stopped doing that. I did not return to the swamp. I also didn't throw away the tin. Sometimes I open it and let the smell remind me that asking is a way of saying no, that even old things understand. Sometimes, on wet days when the trees drip and the gutters speak and the traffic hush becomes a lake, I hear the lullaby from the hollow willow, moving through the city as if through a new grove. It is not in the radio. It is not in the air. It is in me, tucked somewhere between breath and bone, the way a seed tucks into soil it didn't choose. If you hike the Willow Marsh Trail, you will not find my name carved anywhere. The pamphlet has no entry for me. The ranger, there is one. The county pickup isn't a ghost. Will warn you politely not to leave ribbon or cloth, not to cut switches, not to take bark. The rules will sound like simple conservation. Believe them. If you hear laughter, don't laugh back. If your phone lights up where there is no signal, don't read the word. If your ankles feel fingers through the slats, lift your feet and set them down again, steady as a metronome. If you step through a plank, pull your leg free and keep the water out of your mouth at all costs. And if you take something, even by accident, a sliver under skin, a hoop in your bin, return it. Ask, smoke or prayer or the plain weight of your true name, spoken the way a person says it at a counter, when a clerk needs to hear it correctly the first time. You are not theirs unless you belong to yourself, so clearly that even a grove can tell. I am a practical woman. I still believe in logic, in the dignity of steady steps and clean tools. I also believe this. Some places keep the shape of what they've loved or lost, and they will graft you if you let them, if you are careless, if you are too lonely to decline. On windy days, even far from water, I feel a tug under my skin, a clarifying poured low ground and green shade. I do not go. The tug passes. It has to pass. But when the air is very still, and the city hush gathers in the hollow of my house, I sometimes stand in the hallway, where the boards run long and straight. I place my feet heel to toe and walk as if on a narrow path, testing my weight, steady as breath, careful as prayer. The way you cross a boardwalk over black water where a grove of willows remembers its children.